Chapter 802. As for how to deal with the heavenly fire, the jade slip of the Sanchong Palace did not mention anything about it. For the Sanchong Palace, cultivators who were killed by human could produce soul power. This was the purpose of the war. If there were a large number of Taisha purple heaven pills, the casualties would be reduced a lot. Therefore, the Sanchong Palace only pretended to give out jade slips introducing human, but did not explain some specific things clearly. However, Mu Yu would definitely find a way to deal with the heavenly fire. He was thinking about when he should go to the Danding sect and take the prescription of the Taisha purple heaven pill to study it carefully. He wanted to know why the Taisha purple heaven pill could extinguish the heavenly fire. Don't worry, I still have some spirit revitalizing pills. You can use them first. Mu Yu took out a bottle of spirit revitalizing pills and handed it to Xian Zhengtang. Xian Zhengtang was shocked. Spirit revitalizing pills? Young master, why do you have so many? You are really willing to give us these level 5 spirit revitalizing pills? Mu Yu said casually, take it. Anyway, level 5 spirit revitalizing pills are not very useful to me now. Level 5 spirit revitalizing pills could quickly replenish lost spiritual power. This kind of pill was very useful for cultivators in the out-of-body stage and below because one spirit revitalizing pill could completely replenish the consumed spiritual power. The effect of replenishing spiritual power for cultivators in the Fenshin stage and the form synthesis stage was not so obvious, but sometimes it was still useful. Xian Zhengtang opened the bottle and was shocked to see more than 20 spirit revitalizing pills inside. One spirit revitalizing pill was 20,000 spirit stones. More than 20 spirit revitalizing pills were nearly 500,000 spirit stones. Young master, these spirit revitalizing pills. Xian Zhengtang said with trembling hands. Is it not enough? If it is not enough, I have more. Mu Yu said and took out another bottle. Xian Zhengtang and his family were shocked. Just who was this young master? How could he casually take medicinal pills as if they were free? Is he a disciple of the Danding sect? But the disciples of the Danding sect were very weak. It was impossible for them to go deep into the mountains and forests to hunt demon beasts alone. Not to mention, the disciples of the Danding sect were generally not very high. It was already very heaven-defying for them to reach the Fenshin stage. However, this young man was at the form synthesis stage. Xian Zhengtang didn't dare to be greedy and hurriedly said, No, you misunderstood the young master. It's just that this thing is too precious, I really don't dare. I just find you and your father pleasing to the eye. It's nothing much. Mu Yu put away the bottle of spirit-restoring pills. Back when he was in the Pill Cauldron sect, he had extorted a large amount of pills from the old man guarding the pavilion and Daoist cloud core to remove the wood dregs from their bodies. For example, at that time, the conditions he had set were level 5 pills, 100 level 5 pills, 50 level 6 pills, and 20 level 7 pills. He had extorted 6 alchemists and had a total of more than 600 fifth-order pills, most of which were spirit-restoring pills, which he had not used up until now. I am unable to repay young noble's great kindness. Please accept my bow. Xian Zhengtang was extremely grateful and was about to bow, but Mu Yu didn't allow him to kneel. Forget it. Hurry up and deal with those 6th-order monster beasts, then go and buy a Taisha purple heaven pill. Let me see how this pill works. Mu Yu waved his hand. Yes, young noble. Xian Zhengtang was secretly glad that he had met Mu Yu in the woods that day. He was even more glad that he had kept his integrity at that time and didn't provoke Mu Yu. Otherwise, how could such a lucky thing happen today? Xian Sitong was even more excited. After a while, she asked, Young noble, are you a disciple of the Pill Cauldron sect? Mu Yu touched his chin and said, No, I was just fated to meet an alchemist of the Pill Cauldron sect. He gave me some pills. Fated to meet an alchemist? Xian Zhengtang was shocked again. To be able to give away level 5 pills, it meant that the alchemist was at least a level 5 alchemist. A level 5 alchemist was a great god in the cultivation world. Even he, a spirit-severing stage cultivator, had to be 90% polite when meeting an out-of-body stage level 5 alchemist. If a small sect cultivator like them could get to know a level 5 alchemist, it would be something that they couldn't ask for more. In fact, if Xian Zhengtang knew that Mu Yu had even extorted the Pill Cauldron sect's head, he would definitely be scared out of his wit. This young noble's origin is too mysterious. Fortunately, I didn't offend him and didn't want to take advantage of him. Otherwise, Xian Zhengtang's thoughts turned quickly. He was also glad. He knew that as long as he followed his own principles, he would definitely be rewarded. Although Xian Zhengtang was very short of money and his wife was tortured by the heavenly fire, he always reminded himself to be an upright and principled person. Fortunately, he didn't get carried away by the spirit stones at that time. At this moment, Kai Shan suddenly ran in from the front of the shop in a hurry. His face was extremely anxious. "Not good, master, there are 2 customers outside. They seem to be here to cause trouble." "Trouble? What's going on?" Xian Zhengtang frowned. Kai Shan hurriedly said, 2 customers came to our store with a 4th-rank demonic beast, whirlwind tiger. They insisted that it was a 5th-rank flaming tiger. I told them that it was a mistake, but they flew into a rage and said that they would smash our store. "Master, these 2 customers are severed soul cultivators. I had no choice but to say that I wanted the shopkeeper to take a look. The difference between a whirlwind tiger and a flame tiger is so big, how could it be a mistake?" Xian Zhengtang faintly felt that something was wrong. Although there weren't many flame tigers and whirlwind tigers, many people knew how to distinguish between them. Normally, no one would make such a mistake. He was afraid that today's matter was very strange. Mu Yu said, "No need to think about it, trouble has come to our door." Mu Yu revealed his level 7 demon spirit in front of the Beastmaster camp, so he must have been targeted. "Young noble, I'll go out and send them away," Xian Zhengtang said. "I'll go with you." Mu Yu also went out and crossed the courtyard with Xian Zhengtang and came to the shop. At this time, there were not only 2 spirit-severing stage cultivators in the shop. There were at least 7 or 8 spirit-severing stage cultivators. Among them, there were 4 spirit-severing stage cultivators. There was even a middle-aged man in the 9th layer of the spirit-severing stage. Xian Zhengtang was also surprised to see so many customers in the shop. These spirit-severing stage cultivators came in a menacing manner. They seemed to have come prepared. Xian Zhengtang saw that Mu Yu was behind him, so he felt a bit more confident and said politely, "Dear customers, I am Xian Zhengtang of the Xian Beast Workshop. I heard that you want to sell a level 5 flame tiger. I wonder if you can take it out for me to take a look." "Shopkeeper Xian, you came at the right time. Your shop assistants have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai. They actually dared to say that my rank 5 demonic beast, Raging Flame Tiger, is a rank 4 demonic beast, Whirlwind Tiger. As a shopkeeper, you must have a higher standard. Don't be mistaken, the one who spoke was a cold-faced, one-eyed man. His left eye was covered with a ferocious claw mark as if it was blinded by a demon beast. When Xian Zhengtang saw the one-eyed man, he was also extremely fearful. He recognized the one-eyed man and then cupped his hands and said, "It's the honor of our mystic beast workshop for Daoist One-Eyed to grace our shop with your presence." In the cultivation world, there was a profession that specialized in hunting demon beasts called demon hunters. They hunted and sold demon beasts for a living. This one-eyed man was famous among the demon hunters. He was at the 9th celestial layer of the severed soul realm. Countless demon beasts had died in his hands, so he was called One-Eyed Snake. The One-Eyed Snake had a demon hunting organization called the One-Eyed Gang. It managed several hundred demon hunters. One-Eyed Snake had a cooperative relationship with the Beast Taming Pavilion. The demon beasts that he hunted would be sold to the Beast Taming Pavilion at a fair price. But today, he brought demon beasts to the Xian Beast Workshop to sell. Anyone with a discerning eye knew what he was here for. "Less nonsense. Our One-Eyed Gang is sincerely doing business with your Xian Beast Workshop. You better polish your eyes for me," One-Eyed Snake sneered. At this moment, a bloody demonic beast was placed on the huge stone platform used to appraise demonic beasts. It was a 10-meter-long tiger demonic beast. Its body was tall and sturdy, and its fur was bright red. It looked like it was on fire. However, Its entire body was drenched in blood and it had lost an eye. This was One-Eyed Snake's habit. Every time he hunted a demon beast, he would destroy the demon beast's left eye. It was said that he did this to take revenge for a purple cloud snake that blinded his left eye. Even if some demon beast's eyes could be sold for a high price, he didn't care. Xian Zhengtang smiled. Brother One-Eyed Snake, please don't be impatient. Allow me to appraise it. Rank 5 flaming tigers and rank 4 whirlwind tigers looked similar in appearance and even had similar names. If one wasn't an experienced beast appraiser, it would be difficult to tell the difference between a dead flaming tiger and a whirlwind tiger. Living flaming tigers and whirlwind tigers were naturally easy to distinguish. That was where the difference in strength lay. The difficulty lay in the fact that the demon beasts were all dead, so they couldn't display their true strength. There were 2 techniques to distinguish a dead flaming tiger from a whirlwind tiger. Firstly, it was based on the demon spirit which couldn't be faked. Secondly, it was based on the demon beast's fur. On the rank 4 whirlwind tiger's abdomen, there was a mark in the shape of a whirlwind. That was how it got the name whirlwind tiger. Xian Zhengtang's spiritual energy swept across the tiger carcass on the stone platform. Soon, he realized that the demon spirit wasn't among them. This wasn't surprising. Many people would sell the demon spirit separately from the demon beast they hunted. Hence, it was normal for there to be no demon spirit. Previously, when Beast Taming Abode bought the rank 2 giant python instead of the rank 6 copper-eyed snake, they were able to get away with it because the rank 2 monster didn't have a demon spirit. However, the seller lied and claimed that the demon spirit had been taken away. Xian Zhengtang waved his hand again. With a surge of spiritual energy, he flipped the tiger carcass over. His gaze fell upon the tiger's abdomen. However, the tiger's abdomen was now a bloody mess, as if it had been injured by some kind of magical weapon. The whirlwind mark had long disappeared. Chapter 803. When the one-eyed snake spoke, he didn't hide the threat in his words at all. Today, he was here to cause trouble for the Mystic Beast Workshop. His true purpose was to create an excuse for himself to attack and seize the rank 7 demon spirit from the other party. Xian Zhengtang glanced at the one-eyed snake and pondered for a moment before saying, "Fellow one-eyed snake, this isn't a rank 5 flaming tiger but a rank 4 whirlwind tiger. Even if we don't look at the demon spirit and the whirlwind patterns on its chest, we can tell from the whirlwind tiger's bones and muscles elasticity." Xian Zhengtang knew that the one-eyed snake was deliberately making things difficult for him by destroying the whirlwind tiger's characteristics. However, no matter how similar a rank 4 and rank 5 monster's physique was, there was still a difference of 1 level. The bones and muscles of the body were different by 1 level. Even an experienced beast appraiser would be able to tell. The one-eyed snake's expression darkened and he said coldly, "Shopkeeper Xian, are you questioning my judgment? Although I'm blind in one eye, it's not to the extent that I can't differentiate between a flaming tiger and a whirlwind tiger. Everyone here is an experienced beast hunter. You can ask the others if this is a flaming tiger or a whirlwind tiger." As soon as his voice fell, 3 more demonic beast hunters at the Severed Soul stage surrounded him and pointed at the Class 4 whirlwind tiger on the stone platform. Then, they all insisted that it was a Class 5 flaming tiger. "Shopkeeper Xian, did you see that? Everyone is saying that this is a genuine flame tiger. Besides, everyone here is a yarrow hunter. Do you think that we're all mistaken?" The one-eyed snake revealed an aggressive smile. Xian Zhengtang knew that the one-eyed snake and the others were here to cause trouble. These beast hunters were all his subordinates and the one-eyed snake was deliberately making things difficult for the Mystic Beast Workshop. Xian Zhengtang clenched his fists and forced a smile. "Fellow one-eyed snake, I still have this bit of insight. Our profound beast workshop is fair and just. Demonic beasts are of whatever rank they should be. There won't be any cases of cheating customers. If fellow Daoist doesn't believe me, you can take this demonic beast to the Beast Taming Abode for appraisal." The one-eyed snake coldly snorted, "Shopkeeper Xian, it seems that your profound beast workshop is indeed a shady shop. What I hate the most in my life are shady shops. Us demon hunters painstakingly hunt demon beasts outside and can lose our lives at any time. But you unscrupulous merchants actually dare to casually deceive customers and invert right and wrong. I think there's no need for this kind of shop to exist. The one-eyed snake started to make things difficult as soon as there was a disagreement. His excuse for making things difficult was methodical. In addition, he had his own subordinates lying through their teeth. Everything went according to his wishes. Not only can a rank 7 demon spirit be sold for a high price, but if he keeps it, he can also absorb the pure spiritual energy within it, which will be of great benefit to his cultivation. The moment Yi Feiying of the beast-taming abode released the news, the one-eyed snake, with the intention of currying favor with Yi Feiying, immediately brought his subordinates over with a whirlwind tiger to make up the numbers. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill the people of the profound beast workshop and seize the rank 7 demon spirit. Fellow one-eyed snake, doing business is all about mutual consent. If you have any objections to the results of the appraisal, you can take your demon beast and leave. Our Burning Sea sect never forcefully buys or sells. Fellow Daoist, please conduct yourself with dignity. Xian Zhengtang glanced at Mu Yu, who was beside him, and felt a little more at ease. When he heard about the Burning Sea sect, the one-eyed snake was a little afraid. After all, no matter how powerful their one-eyed gang was, they were only a small gang in a city. On the other hand, the Burning Sea sect had a body integration stage cultivator overseeing it. However, he remembered Yi Feiying of the Earthly Imperial sect. As long as he could obtain the rank 7 demon spirit and sell it to Yi Feiying, he would be able to curry favor with the genius of the Earthly Imperial sect. Why would he need to be afraid of a small Burning Sea sect? The one-eyed snake said domineeringly, "This is no longer a matter of selling or not. Your Mystic Beast Workshop's actions are clearly bullying and humiliating us demon hunters. Today, I will seek justice for my fellow demon hunters and smash your black shop." The one-eyed snake brought 3 severed soul stage subordinates with him. Including himself, there were 4 severed soul stage subordinates. The beast hunters fought with demon beasts all year round. They were a group of fierce people who had their heads tied to their belts. An intense murderous aura instantly burst out as they pounced towards Xian Zhengtang. From the one-eyed snake's point of view, the profound beast workshop only had a severed soul stage Xian Zhengtang overseeing it. With 3 severed soul stage subordinates helping him, killing Xian Zhengtang was more than enough. As long as he killed Xian Zhengtang and obtained the rank 7 demon spirit, the matter would be completed. Xian Zhengtang saw the menacing aura of these people and his face greatly changed. Just as he was about to ask Mu Yu to make a move, Mu Yu had already blocked in front of him and said indifferently, "I'll give you some time. Get out of the profound beast workshop. Otherwise, die." Mu Yu felt a burst of irritation towards these beast hunters who were looking for trouble for no reason. This irritation caused a trace of uncontrollable killing intent to quietly appear in his body. "Brat, you want to kill us with just you? You don't know my name, right? Let me tell you, I'm a dragon slayer." Before the one-eyed snake finished speaking, a green light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. By the time he reacted, he was already choked by the other party. "I don't need to know your name." A terrifying killing intent covered the sky and smashed towards these severed soul stage cultivators. Before the 3 severed soul stage beast hunters could even get close, they felt an awe-inspiring force landing on their chests. It was as if a mountain had smashed into their chests. Following that, they were directly sent flying while vomiting blood non-stop. "I've already given you a chance." Mu Yu's eyes were suffused with a cold killing intent. This killing intent made the one-eyed snake, who had been infected with killing for years, feel terrified. Countless demon beasts had died in his hands, and countless cultivators had also died in his hands. However, the killing intent on his body was far less than 1/1,000,000th of Mu Yu's. Is this young man a human or a ghost? How can he have such a terrifying killing intent? Even the killing god who kills people all day wouldn't be able to do so, right? The one-eyed snake already felt a burst of fear. He struggled to squeeze out a few words from his mouth. You dare to kill me, young master, you won't, let, catcher." The one-eyed snake didn't finish his words. His head had already involuntarily tilted to the other side. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His limbs gradually straightened, and he slowly stopped breathing. Mu Yu mercilessly twisted the one-eyed snake's neck. The one-eyed snake didn't understand until it died. It clearly received information that the rank 7 demon spirit was on the shopkeeper of the Profound Beast Workshop. The shopkeeper of the Profound Beast Workshop was at the first layer of the Severed Soul Stage. Just in case, he even brought along a few Severed Soul Stage subordinates. However, who would have thought that the young man beside Xian Zhengtang would actually be at the body fusion stage? Bang! The one-eyed snake's corpse had already been thrown out of the Profound Beast Workshop by Mu Yu. The aura on his body was like that of an Azura from hell. It was gloomy and terrifying. Even Xian Zhengtang and Kai Shan were so scared that they didn't dare to move. A huge wave was set off in Xian Zhengtang's heart. He always thought that young Master Yufeng was a very easygoing young man. He was generous and willing to help others. However, he didn't expect that this seemingly amiable young man would actually be so decisive in killing. The entire Profound Beast Workshop was shrouded in a terrifying killing intent. It was like a torrential storm that was recklessly pouring down, wanting to destroy everything. Those demon hunters whose cultivation weren't up to par had already fallen to the ground in fright. There were even some who were so incompetent that they wet their pants from this killing intent. Demon hunters often fought with demon beasts. Their bodies were filled with hostility. However, compared to this young man in front of them, it was simply child's play. Even the leader of the one-eyed gang, the Severed Soul Stage one-eyed snake, was directly killed. How could the remaining demon hunters have any thoughts of resisting? Mu Yu's murderous gaze swept across those demon hunters who didn't make a move, but were already scared out of their wits. An intense killing intent once again burst out from his body. He didn't plan to leave anyone alive. However, at this moment, Xiao Shuai suddenly stretched out his small hand and grabbed onto Mu Yu's hand. He blinked his cute big eyes and said in a childish voice, "Big brother, I want a hug." The torrential killing intent quickly receded from the Profound Beast Workshop. It came and went quickly, as if nothing had happened. Mu Yu lowered his head. The killing intent in his eyes had already disappeared. He slightly frowned. He didn't really understand what happened to him. He only killed a few Severed Soul Stage small fries. Why did he inexplicably use the power of slaughter? Mu Yu couldn't understand. He realized that he didn't know when this power had reached the point where he could use it as he wished. Even if Xiao Shuai sealed it away, it was useless. He felt very uneasy. Could it be that because he used the power of slaughter too much, he was gradually affected by this power? Mu Yu squatted down and carried Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai revealed an innocent and lively smile. His small hands circled around Mu Yu's neck and said, "Big brother, hurry and chase this group of people out. They're an eyesore." Mu Yu silently nodded his head and indifferently said, "All of you, scram." The remaining demon hunters were as if they had been pardoned. They rolled and crawled towards the door and even bumped into each other at the door. Soon after, they hurriedly lifted the one-eyed snake's corpse and supported the injured people before disappearing into the street in a sorry state. There were also some cultivators outside the Profound Beast Workshop who wanted to fish in troubled waters. When they saw the one-eyed snake's corpse, they were scared out of their wits. They all came from the beast taming camp to wait for an opportunity to seize a rank 7 demon spirit. However, after seeing the fate of the one-eyed snake, who was at the 9th layer of the Severed Soul Stage, no one dared to have any thoughts. Mu Yu extended his hand to help Xiao Shuai wipe off the oil stains on the corner of his mouth. Soon after, he turned around and looked at the frightened Xian Zhengtang and Kai Shan. He recovered his mood and revealed an easygoing smile. "Uncle, it's fine. I think I'll be staying here." "You should have extra rooms here, right?" Xian Zhengtang finally reacted. He looked at Mu Yu with palpitating heart and quickly nodded. "Young master, we do." Kai Shan, quickly bring young Master Yufeng to the guest room. Kai Shan was also scared to the point that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He only woke up after being kicked by Xian Zhengtang. He quickly brought Mu Yu to the guest room while trembling with fear. After Mu Yu left, Xian Zhengtang felt that the pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas had disappeared. He realized that his back was unknowingly soaked in cold sweat. His forehead was also covered in cold sweat. Xian Sitong, who had just rushed over, was also shocked by Mu Yu's killing intent. She didn't dare to take a step forward. "Young master, just what kind of person are you?" Xian Zhengtang's heart was surging with emotions. The only thing that made him rejoice was that he didn't anger this mysterious young master. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Little handsome, just now it's all thanks to you," Mu Yu said softly while lying on the bed. Just now, when he killed the one-eyed snake, Mu Yu seemed to have changed into another person. He killed decisively and didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. Although killing the one-eyed snake wasn't a big deal to him, the important point was that when he killed the one-eyed snake, he couldn't help but use the power of killing. That power seemed to be unable to be easily suppressed anymore. "No need to thank me. Who asked me to be your handsome little brother?" Little Handsome said indifferently while his head was lying on Mu Yu's stomach. Little Handsome just realized that something was wrong with Mu Yu. Therefore, he stood out like an obedient child and held onto Mu Yu's hand. He pulled Mu Yu back from the edge of killing. Fortunately, although Mu Yu became cold, he was still able to control himself in time. Mu Yu smiled and reached out to pinch Xiao Shuai's cute little face. He really treated Xiao Shuai as his own little brother. Fortunately, on this lonely road, there was still Little Handsome to accompany him. He wouldn't let himself be too lonely. "It's that power of killing that affected my state of mind. Now, I don't need to use Mu Ling to feel that I swallowed the one-eyed snake's soul power after it died," Mu Yu said. In the past, only Mu Ling could swallow the soul power of others after they died. But now, Mu Yu himself seemed to have become a sacred weapon of death. After being killed by him, there was no soul power that could escape. Little Handsome nodded. "It should be. This time, you inexplicably used that power. That power has quietly affected you. Your spiritual power has always been different from others. You can kill without leaving any soul power behind. You will unconsciously find that your temperament has changed a lot. Therefore, I think you have to face a choice now. What kind of person do you want to be?" "What kind of person do I want to be?" Mu Yu was stunned for a moment. "I remember when you first came out of the Moyun mountain range. At that time, you liked a thriving life and didn't like killing people. You felt that the loss of life was irresponsible to yourself. And now, you have gradually changed your temperament and become decisive. What kind of person do you think is better?" Little Handsome asked. Mu Yu was silent for a moment. "Many people deserve to be killed. So you want to choose to be the second person?" Little Handsome asked curiously. Mu Yu shook his head. "I just don't want to be too merciful." The two of them didn't speak again. Little Handsome yawned and narrowed his eyes to snore. Mu Yu looked at the ceiling. Ever since he came into contact with the power of killing, he thought a lot and saw through a lot. There were many good people in this world, but there were also many bad people. When many people were living in the lies of the threefold palace, choosing to be a merciful person would only harm oneself. He could let good people live and let those who deserved to die directly. For people like the one-eyed snake, rather than dying in the conspiracy of the threefold palace and becoming the sole power of the threefold palace, it was better to be killed by Mu Yu. Chapter 804. The next day, when Mu Yu walked out of his room, he bumped into Xian Sitong in the courtyard. Xian Sitong was wearing a pink dress today. She looked mature and charming. She was a few years older than Mu Yu. She was also a member of the extreme immortal ranking. However, her ranking was very low. Xian Zhangtang didn't want her to fight with other extreme immortals. "Young master, you're awake." Xian Sitong had just come out of her mother's room. She looked at Mu Yu with a strange expression. She seemed very reserved. "Is your mother okay?" Mu Yu asked casually. Xian Sitong nodded. "Thank you for your concern. My mother is much better now. It's all thanks to young master's spirit returning pill. Otherwise, I don't know when we would be able to save enough money to buy the Taisha Purple Heaven pill. One spirit returning pill was already 20,000. If it wasn't for Mu Yu's help, She didn't know when she would be able to spend 5 million. Mu Yu smiled and didn't say anything. He sat on the stone chair and stared at a weeping willow. The weeping willow had just bloomed and was full of vitality. There was still morning dew on the leaves. There was also a spider spinning a web. There was also a fly struggling on the web. These were originally thriving lives. However, in Mu Yu's eyes, they seemed to have changed. What did life mean? He thought about it the entire night but still couldn't figure it out. Xian Sitong secretly looked at Mu Yu. She was also there when Mu Yu killed people yesterday. She still remembered Mu Yu's terrifying killing intent. She had never seen anyone with such a dense killing intent. It was like a demon bathed in blood. However, she felt that this young Master Yufeng didn't seem like a person who killed people. Big sister, why are you peeking at my big brother? Little Shuai walked out of the room while rubbing his eyes and yawning. Xian Sitong's face turned red. She quickly covered it up. No, I wasn't peeking. Are you wondering what kind of person I am? Mu Yu could see through Xian Sitong's thoughts. No matter who it was who saw that kind of terrifying killing intent, they would doubt his nature, and Xian Sitong was no exception. Xian Sitong hesitated for a moment before saying, "Young master, although I don't know what your past is, what I want to say is that the one-eyed snake you killed yesterday deserved to die. The one-eyed serpent had committed all sorts of crimes. He relied on his partnership with the Beastmaster camp of the Earth Emperor Gate to make things difficult for other demon hunters. Killing him can be considered as eliminating a scourge for the people." "Yeah," Mu Yu said casually. He knew that these were words of comfort. He had to figure out what kind of person he wanted to be on his own when it came to killing. Xian Sitong continued, "No matter what, young master is our savior. If young master needs anything, we will definitely do it for young master." Mu Yu looked around and asked, "Where's Uncle Xian? My father spent the night dealing with the demon beasts that young master hunted, and he still hasn't finished. Young master may not know, but because the 6th and 7th rank demon beasts are very precious, every demon beast's body parts have different uses, and they need to be carefully sold separately. Therefore, it takes at least a day to deal with a 6th rank demon beast. I'm afraid it will take more than 10 days to deal with all of young master's demon beasts," Xian Sitong said. When they were hunting demon beasts in the forest that day, they only did some simple processing. After bringing the demon beasts back, they still had to do further processing and dissection. The fur, bones, and blood all had different uses, so the process was very complicated. 10 days, plus contacting the seller, it's too long. This way, we won't be able to gather enough money to buy the Taisha Purple Heaven Pill. Why don't your Shen Beast Workshop recruit a few more workers? You're from the Burning Sea sect, so you should have a lot of disciples." Mu Yu asked curiously. The Shen Beast Workshop only had Shen Zhengtang's family of 3 and 1 disciple, which was really too little. Although the Burning Sea sect couldn't compare to the 8 sects, it had a body integration stage cultivator overseeing it. It could be considered an above-average sect, so it shouldn't be lacking in manpower. Xian Sitong said in distress, "To be honest, because my father is too righteous, he was ostracized by the other elders in the sect. A few years ago, my father couldn't stand those elders scheming against each other all day long, so he applied for a property from the sect master and brought us here. It was impossible for a righteous person to stay out of a treacherous sect. They would definitely be ostracized by others, and Mu Yu understood this point. It was very difficult for righteous people to live happily in the cultivation world, because their character would violate the interests of many people, so it was normal for them to be ostracized. However, Xian Zhengtang's righteousness just so happened to win Mu Yu's respect. Currently, the cultivation world was controlled by the Threefold Palace. Cultivators blindly believed that the Threefold Palace would lead them to defeat human, but they didn't know that they were only tools of the Threefold Palace. Mu Yu felt that the cultivation world was covered in mud, and was extremely turbid. However, Xian Zhengtang was a rare righteous cultivator, which allowed Mu Yu to see the beauty of the cultivation world. He wouldn't be too disappointed with cultivators, so he chose to do his best to help Xian Zhengtang. "Since it's your sect's property, then how much do you have to pay to the sect every month?" Mu Yu continued to ask. Our sect is a bit special. Anyone with an out-of-body stage cultivation can apply for a sum of money from the sect, then buy a piece of land in a certain city and open a store to make money. Generally, you just have to pay 30% of your income to the sect every month. Xian Sitong said. So the Xian Beast Workshop also has to pay 30%. Mu Yu thought about it. 30% wasn't too much. Xian Sitong shook her head. Our Xian Beast Workshop has to hand over 90%. Mu Yu frowned. 90%? Isn't that too much? Why is your Xian Beast Workshop different from the other sects? If the Xian Beast Workshop had a lot of staff from the sect, and the funds to purchase the demonic beasts were all funded by the sect, then it would be fine to take 90% of the income. There was only Xian Zhengtang's family here, and no one from the sect contributed. Xian Zhengtang even personally hunted and dealt with the demonic beasts. Everything was done by Xian Zhengtang himself, and the sect received 90% of the income. It was really easy to earn money from the sect. Xian Sitong said helplessly, before my mother's accident, the Xian Beast Workshop was the same as the other sect's property, and only needed to pay 30%. However, my father had already borrowed 2 million spirit stones from the sect master for my mother's matter. Those elders of the sect took the opportunity to find trouble and forced my father. They made my father promise that he would hand over 90% of the income of the Xian Beast Workshop every month. If 90% of the income was less than 10,000, he would make it up to 10,000. In other words, if your Xian Beast Workshop only earns 5,000 spirit stones every month, you still have to pay 10,000? Why don't they just rob? Mu Yu raised his eyebrows. This was clearly the Burning Sea sect's elders deliberately making things difficult for Xian Zhengtang, an honest person. Xian Sitong said, "There's no other way." Those elders of the sect said that if we don't agree to this condition, they will pressure the sect master and not lend us the 2 million spirit stones. Not only that, this 2 million will have to be paid back slowly in the future, and it has nothing to do with the offerings. Then, Xian Sitong seemed to have thought of something, and her face revealed an angry expression. She said, "Actually, this matter is the Great Elder's doing. Our Xian Beast Workshop's offerings will be inspected once every 3 months, and he will personally take them away. And in these few years, the offerings that were supposed to be handed over to the sect were all withheld by the Great Elder, and the amount that was handed over to the sect was very little." Mu Yu asked, "How did you know that the offerings were being withheld?" Xian Sitong clenched her fists. "A month ago, after my mother was attacked by Hua Yuming, my father returned to the sect to seek help from the sect master. The sect master inadvertently mentioned that our Xian Beast Workshop only handed over 2,000 offerings every month. Now, 2 million is too much. But before my mother's accident, our monthly income would be at least 8,000 spirit stones. On good days, we could even pay tens of thousands of spirit stones. Only then did my father know that our monthly offerings were secretly taken away by the Great Elder, leaving only 2,000 for the sect." When Mu Yu heard this, she felt annoyed. This Great Elder was stuffing his own pockets. He actually embezzled so much. What a vampire. "Your father didn't expose the Great Elder?" Mu Yu asked. A trace of gloominess appeared on Xian Sitong's face, and she shook her head. With my father's upright character, he wanted to do so. He felt that it was necessary to protect the interests of the sect. But at that time, something happened to my mother, and my father wanted to borrow money from the sect. Then, the Great Elder threatened my father that if he revealed this matter, he wouldn't be able to borrow 2 million. If it wasn't for borrowing 2 million, Xian Jingtang probably wouldn't have agreed to the Great Elder's request. Instead, he would have chosen to expose the Great Elder and protect the sect's interests from being damaged. Unfortunately, Xian Zhengtang could only choose to swallow his anger when Mrs. Xian was attacked by Hua Yumeng. After all, the Great Elder was greedy for his money, but he still had to hand over 2,000 spirit stones to the sect every month. He didn't take all of it. In terms of losses, it wasn't the sect, but Xian Zhengtang himself who would leave a bad reputation for not being able to earn money for the sect, but borrowing money from the sect to his fellow sect members. Xian Sitong sighed slightly and continued, 2 million isn't a small amount. It has to be agreed upon by all the elders and the sect master, especially the Great Elder, so my father could only agree. Later on, the Great Elder became even more severe. He proposed that in addition to the specific monthly offerings, he also had to hand over 90% of the business income to the sect. The 2 million spirit stones also had to be returned in the future. Your Great Elder is so lawless that even the sect master doesn't care. Mu Yu really felt that Xian Zhengtang wasn't worth it. The sect master is old and has been cultivating in seclusion for the past few years. He can't care so much. My father had no choice but to endure it. Needless to say, 90% of the business income of the Xian Beast Workshop was also embezzled by the Great Elder. My father said that he would rather have a reputation of being useless than lie to his conscience, so it didn't matter. Xian Sitong was helpless about this. It was one thing for a severed soul stage cultivator to be bullied by a power like the beast taming pavilion, but even his own people were squeezing Xian Zhengtang, not giving him a way out. Xian Zhengtang also had to go around raising money to buy the Taisha Purple Heaven pill for his wife. Under these circumstances, when he met Mu Yu in the forest, he was still able to maintain his bottom line and not covet Mu Yu's demon beasts. He even let his daughter leave behind the 1 million spirit stones from the Celestial Star Mansion's people and gave Mu Yu a mere 120,000 spirit stones as the price for the fleeting leopard. This was already quite rare. Chapter 805. The matter of Xian Zhengtang being bullied by his own sect's Great Elder made Mu Yu feel deeply. People like the Great Elder belonged to the ranks of those who deserved to be killed. He thought of the question he had been thinking about last night. When did he become so decisive in killing people? So far, Mu Yu had stayed in 3 sects. His own Luochen Mountain was a pure land of the soul. There was no deception there. His master was easygoing and never scolded them. And Shu was very strict with them. Other than the fact that the food tasted bad, there was nothing wrong. The senior and junior brothers loved each other and occasionally quarreled. There was no need to worry about being framed by their own people. Therefore, when Mu Yu came out of Luochen Mountain, he felt that killing people was a very cruel thing. He was very irresponsible towards other people's lives. The Danding sect and the Array faction had all kinds of treacherous disciples. When Mu Yu showed his talent, there were always people who wanted to harm Mu Yu and make things difficult for Mu Yu. With an upright character, if they stayed in those 2 sects, without Mu Yu's strength, they definitely wouldn't be able to survive. Therefore, Mu Yu began to understand that if he didn't kill others, he would be responsible for other people's lives. Therefore, Mu Yu gradually stopped rejecting killing people and wouldn't blindly be an upright person. Xian Zhengtang's situation was the opposite. He guarded his bottom line, but his head was broken and bleeding. He didn't have enough cultivation to go against the Great Elder of the Burning Sea sect, but he didn't want to go against his conscience. Therefore, he could only swallow his anger. If he didn't meet Mu Yu, it would be too difficult to gather 5 million. At this time, little Shuai had already taken a large drumstick from the kitchen and was eating it. He had heard what Xian Sitong said just now and said, "Anyway, the people in the sect don't know about the business situation here. Can't we just fake it?" Mu Yu knocked little Shuai's head. "Do you think everyone eats without paying like you? Uncle Xian is such an upright person, how could he fake it? Then why would a handsome person like me have to pay to eat?" Little Shuai said unhappily. "Is this the same thing?" Mu Yu shook his head helplessly. Xian Sitong burst into laughter. "Little handsome brother is very cute. Everyone is willing to treat you well." Mu Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Doesn't that mean that if I let your Mystic Beast Workshop purchase this rank 6 demonic beast, how much money would you get from selling it? After deducting 90% of what you give me, you won't get much. When will you be able to gather 5 million yuan?" Shaking her head helplessly, Xian Sitong replied, "My father is unwilling to falsify the accounts. He will hand in whatever he's supposed to. Ever since I was young, he taught me to be an honest and upright person. If others make things difficult for me, that's their problem. So I have no choice but to support him." Mu Yu rubbed his chin and asked, "Sitong, where is your father dealing with the demonic beasts now?" Xian Sitong pointed to another courtyard. "In the room over there. It's very bloody inside. I can't stand the smell of blood. I think you should also. As Xian Sitong spoke to hear, she suddenly did not continue. She stuck out her tongue and thought about Mu Yu's decisiveness in killing people yesterday. She guessed that this Yufeng in front of her had already seen such a bloody scene. Mu Yu didn't mind. He passed through the arched door and arrived at the courtyard. This was a large house made of stone. The door was tightly shut. But just as he walked into the courtyard, he could already smell the thick smell of blood. This place was like an Asura's killing field. It gathered the blood of countless demonic beasts. This smell of blood didn't affect Mu Yu at all. When he was fighting with the people from the Gate of Hell, the techniques of the people from the Gate of Hell were even more powerful than this. He pushed open the door and walked into the room. What greeted him was a huge hanging hook. On it hung countless demonic beasts' legs, bones, heads, and even internal organs. In the air, there were rows of transparent boxes. Inside the boxes were some demonic beasts' brains soaked in yellow liquid. There were even some arrays carved on the boxes. It was used to preserve these things so they wouldn't deteriorate. At this moment, in the empty space in the middle of the house, Xian Zhengtang was patiently dissecting the rank 6 demonic beast, graceful leopard. The head of the graceful leopard had already been cut open and the brain was carefully taken out. Xian Zhengtang sensed that someone had entered. He raised his head and saw that it was Mu Yu. He revealed a respectful expression. "Young master, you're awake? Please wait for a moment. I'll deal with the graceful leopard's brain first. You might not know, but the graceful leopard's brain. I know that the graceful leopard's brain needs to be air-dried with spiritual power within 48 hours of death. Then, it's ground into powder and stored in a box made of strange flowers and trees. It can be sold to the Pill Cauldron sect. It's a high-quality material for refining medicine. It has a miraculous effect in treating brain injuries. A small amount of powder can improve brain clarity, but if used too much, it will cause drowsiness. It can be used to refine 2 different kinds of medicine." Mu Yu answered casually. Xian Zhengtang was extremely surprised. "Young master, you know about this?" "I know a little." Mu Yu shrugged. He was already extremely modest. These were all recorded in Deadwood Daddy's poison scripture. The poison scripture not only recorded the effects of various herbs, but also the effects of many animals' liver, blood, and brain matter. Back then, when he was forced by Deadwood Daddy to memorize that thick book, he really didn't memorize it for nothing. Xian Zhangtang looked at Mu Yu in amazement. How was this a little understanding? Clearly, he knew more than him. Usually, he only knew the general effects of some demonic beasts, the selling price, and how to preserve and extract demonic beasts. He wasn't very clear about what to do with them after they were sold. "Young master, you're too modest. It seems that young master is also an expert. It's this one who is short-sighted. I've let young master laugh at me." Xian Zhengtang smiled. However, he didn't stop what he was doing and continued to work. Mu Yu glanced at the demonic beasts around. It seemed that Xian Zhengtang had been dealing with this graceful leopard all night, and he still hadn't finished. Kai Shan wasn't here. He should have stayed in front to look after the shop. Sitong didn't like the atmosphere here, so only Xian Zhengtang could do it alone. "Uncle Xian, have you calculated how much money it would take to buy these demonic beasts?" Mu Yu asked. Xian Zhengtang nodded and began to use his spirit energy to dry the graceful leopard's brain. With an excited expression, he said, "Young master, I have calculated. If Sir is willing to sell the demonic spirit as well, a 6th-order demonic beast would be worth at least 500,000, and a 7th-order demonic beast would be worth at least 5 million. This is also a conservative estimate. It might be a few tens of thousands higher because different demonic beasts have different prices. I carefully calculated the market price of the 8 6th-order demonic beasts and 2 7th-order demonic beasts that Sir killed that day. It should be around 15 million. You're saying that if you had enough money, you would spend 15 million to buy these demonic beasts?" Mu Yu asked in surprise. He thought that if he could casually kill a few demonic beasts for 10 million, then it would be a waste to eat demonic beasts in the past. However, he didn't lack money, so it didn't matter. Xian Zhengtang nodded and continued, "Yes, young master." After a while, he was worried that Mu Yu would question him, so he quickly said, "If young master goes to the Beastmaster camp to trade, their price should be around the same." "You misunderstood, that's not what I meant." "Then, if you spend 15 million to buy these demonic beasts, how much can you sell them for after you deal with them? How much will you earn?" Xian Zhengtang didn't hide anything and said, "After I deal with them, I'll sell the demonic beasts through various channels. I'll earn around 20 million. Deducting the 15 million I'll give young master, I'll earn 5 million spirit stones from this business." Xian Zhengtang couldn't hide the excitement on his face as he said this. Earning 5 million spirit stones was something he didn't even dare to think about before. Mu Yu had already said that these demonic beasts would be handed over to the mystical beast workshop to deal with. When the time comes, Xian Zhengtang was confident that he could sell these demonic beasts for 20 million spirit stones and give Mu Yu 15 million spirit stones according to the market price. This way, he would be able to earn 5 million spirit stones. Earning 5 million spirit stones, what will you do with them next? Mu Yu asked without batting an eyelid. Xian Zhengtang smiled and said, "I won't hide it from young master. Our Burning Sea sect has its own rules. I'll have to hand over 4,500,000 spirit stones to the sect. However, I'm still very satisfied because I can keep 500,000 spirit stones for myself. As long as I do a few more business deals, I'll be able to gather the required amount." This business deal would earn him 5 million spirit stones. Deducting the 90% he had to hand over to the sect, he would have 4,500,000 spirit stones. He would also have 500,000 spirit stones. Adding the money that he had already gathered, he would be able to go to the 100 Herb Hall to buy a Taisha Purple Heaven pill to save his wife's life. However, Mu Yu frowned. If Xian Zhengtang handed over 90% to the sect, the Great Elder would probably come to collect the spirit stones and take out an insignificant 2,000 spirit stones from the 4,500,000 spirit stones to give to the sect. Wouldn't that mean that the 4,500,000 spirit stones would be in the Great Elder's pocket? He had only hunted these spirit stones to help Xian Zhengtang. Originally, he had planned to give them to Xian Zhengtang for free. However, Xian Zhengtang wasn't willing to accept it for no reason and insisted that he only wanted his share. Therefore, Mu Yu didn't force him. However, according to Xian Zhengtang's actions, the money that he had earned from helping Xian Zhengtang would be used to support the Great Elder. Perhaps Xian Zhengtang's upright actions made others feel that he was very foolish, but this was the principle that he had to adhere to. It was best to not forget one's original intentions. Regarding this point, Mu Yu couldn't say anything. However, who did that Great Elder think he was? Mu Yu coldly snorted in his heart. His original intention was to help Xian Zhengtang, not to provide convenience for the Burning Sea sect's Great Elder. Mu Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Uncle Xian, regarding this matter, I've thought about it and feel that we need to renegotiate the price." Chapter 806. Mu Yu smiled slightly. "Since Uncle Xian has already told me the market price, I naturally don't want to suffer a loss. I originally said that if I brought the demon beasts to you to trade, you could pay me the money later, but I feel that since you delayed the payment, I naturally have to raise the price, so I decided to sell it to you at 19.5 million, which means that after you sell these demon beasts, you have to pay me 19.5 million. Xian Zhengtang was shocked. He didn't expect that Mu Yu's intention to ask him the price was to raise the price. If he had to pay Mu Yu 19.5 million spirit stones, it meant that he could only earn about 500,000 spirit stones from this business. After deducting 90% of the spirit stones that he had to pay to the sect, he could only get 50,000 spirit stones. 50,000 spirit stones wasn't even enough to buy a Taisha Purple Heaven pill. "Young master, how can you do this? I told you the market price because I trust you, but you raising the price like this is too." Xian Zhengtang's breathing became rapid. He could have earned 5 million spirit stones from this business, but Mu Yu raised the price like this, and he could only earn 500,000 spirit stones. He could only get 50,000 spirit stones. How could he accept this? Mu Yu spread out his hands. "I am such a person. Whether you want to do this business or not is your business. In any case, 19. 5 million spirit stones is my price. Xian Zhengtang's face was pale. He had always thought that Mu Yu was a good person, but he didn't expect that he would do such a thing. This kind of thing was very immoral in business. He was originally full of hope that he could raise enough spirit stones to cure his wife, but Mu Yu's actions were equivalent to pushing him into the abyss of despair. Xian Zhengtang suddenly sat on the ground, and his entire person became very disappointed. However, when he remembered that Mu Yu had helped them, saved their lives, and even gave them the spirit returning pill, he didn't dare to question anything. Mu Yu looked at Xian Zhengtang's soulless appearance and couldn't bear it. In fact, he did this because he wanted the upright Xian Zhengtang to give less spirit stones to the Great Elder. After all, Xian Zhengtang had worked so hard to do so many things. If he earned 5 million spirit stones in the end, then the Great Elder would take away 5 million spirit stones. It would be too much of a loss. However, it would be great if the Great Elder could come here. Mu Yu could directly kill that greedy guy, saving him a lot of trouble. To Mu Yu, money was not a big deal. He could buy a Taisha purple heaven pill and give it to Xian Zhengtang, and help Xian Zhengtang's family in another way. He only helped Xian Zhengtang because of Xian Zhengtang's character, but he definitely wouldn't let that Great Elder benefit for nothing. Young master, why did you do this? Xian Zhengtang asked in a trembling voice. This business was too important to him. He had already planned everything, but there was a bolt out of the blue halfway through, which made him very uncomfortable. Just tell me if you are going to do this business or not. Mu Yu didn't want to explain. Otherwise, an upright person like Xian Zhengtang would still stubbornly pay the fixed amount of spirit stones to his sect after knowing the truth. Then, the Great Elder would cheat him of a large amount of spirit stones. Anyway, Xian Zhengtang would buy the Taisha purple heaven pill after getting the money. It would be better to let Mu Yu buy it. The result would be the same. Xian Zhengtang's face turned green and white. He gritted his teeth and thought that it was already good enough to get 50,000 spirit stones. He said in a trembling voice, I will do it. But young master has to promise that you will not raise the price again. Otherwise, I can't accept it. This kind of business was actually a loss for Xian Zhengtang. He spent so many days to deal with the demonic beasts, and in the end, he only got 50,000 spirit stones. The cost was not proportional to the income. It was only because he owed Mu Yu a favor that he agreed to it. Mu Yu smiled slightly. Yes, but Xian Zhengtang's heart was raised again. He didn't know what condition Mu Yu was going to raise. He asked anxiously, but what? After you deal with these demonic beasts, you can borrow money from me to buy the Taisha purple heaven pill. In your name, you will have to return it in the future. Mu Yu emphasized the word return. To an upright person, this was a form of respect. Xian Zhengtang gritted his teeth. Young master, if I borrow money from you, I might borrow a lot. If I want to return it, it might take many years. There is no rush. You can slowly return it. After speaking, he left this place and left the house. He realized that Shen Sitong was eavesdropping outside the door. When she saw Mu Yu walking out, she followed him and asked hesitantly, Young master Yu Feng, you heard it all? Mu Yu left the courtyard and sat down under the willow tree. Xiao Shuai was still sitting on the table and yawning. Shen Sitong nodded. She looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Don't worry. I will buy a Taisha purple heaven pill for you. This will only prevent the Great Elder who squeezed your father from getting what he wanted. He didn't do anything and just waited for your father to use the money he earned to support him. I don't like your Great Elder, Mu Yu said. Xian Sitong's heart was slightly relieved. From the start, she felt that Mu Yu was definitely not that kind of person. Although his origin was mysterious, there was no need for him to do something that harmed others for his own benefit. Young master, I will think of a way to return it to you in the future. My father said that he doesn't eat handouts, so I will remember this favor. In the future, even if I have to be a cow or a horse, I will repay young master. Xian Sitong said seriously. Be a cow or a horse? Are you talking about marrying with your body? Xiao Shuai asked curiously. Xian Sitong blushed and immediately shook her head. No, I am not such a casual person. Saying this, he secretly glanced at Mu Yu again and then looked away. Mu Yu flicked Xiao Shuai's little head. Don't talk nonsense. Do you know what marrying with your body is? I know. It was mentioned in Shimen Wuji vs Pan Enlian. Xiao Shuai started to talk non-stop again. He was ready to show his ability to read a lot of books. In the future, I will consider beating Shimen Wuji to death. Mu Yu said seriously. Xiao Shuai's cute big eyes turned and continued, but big sister Sitong has always been secretly looking at you. I saw her secretly looking at you. You only look at someone you like, right? Xian Sitong's face was as red as an apple. She said in a panic, No, I only did it because of gratitude and curiosity. But I have sister-in-law. Xiao Shuai said innocently. Moreover, I promised sister-in-law to take care of my brother and not let him fool around. Mu Yu rubbed his head with a headache. This silly boy who spoiled the mood didn't even care about the occasion. Xiao Shuai, you are really my good little brother. Someday, I will sell you to save myself the trouble. Mu Yu threatened. Xian Sitong smiled and said, Don't worry, little brother. I don't like your brother. I am just grateful to him because he helped me a lot. Do you understand? Xiao Shuai acted as if nothing happened and said in a low voice, Big sister Sitong, you don't have to think about my brother. He is not as handsome as me and has a partner. But I am single. Not only that, I am also a gourmet. Not only can I conquer your heart, I can also conquer your mouth. Mu Yu's forehead was filled with black lines. This little bastard actually learned how to promote himself. Xiao Shuai, in the future, if I read Shimen Wuji's book again, I will definitely find Yu Jiang to be a matchmaker for you and little Momo. Mu Yu hugged Xiao Shuai and wiped away the oil stains on the corner of his mouth. Also, you still wet behind the ears, brat. Before you conquer other people's mouth, wipe your mouth clean. Little Momo again, I don't want it, right? Xiao Shuai revealed a bitter face. Who is little Momo? Xian Sitong curiously asked. A little girl that he privately pledged to marry. Mu Yu said without hesitation. Little brother Xiao Shuai is so cute, then that little Momo must also be very cute, right? Xian Sitong rubbed Xiao Shuai's head. Yes, very cute. Mu Yu suddenly thought of the gorilla octopus in the sea and suddenly wanted to laugh. I didn't hear anything. Xiao Shuai fiercely took a bite of the chicken leg. Xian Sitong Poochie laughed. She looked very beautiful when she laughed and there were even 2 little dimples on her face. Mu Yu said to Xian Sitong, in short, don't be an ox or a horse. Don't tell your father about this matter. Hide it from him for now. Xian Zhengtang was still disheartened and lamenting. Mu Yu felt apologetic in his heart, but he really couldn't stand their burning sea sect's great elder squeezing an honest person like Xian Zhengtang, so even if he felt apologetic, he still had to do it. Young master, we are poor and can't help you much. But why are you helping us like this? Xian Sitong couldn't help but ask. They had only met Mu Yu by chance, and even bought the graceful leopard from Mu Yu at a low price. They didn't help him do anything, and they didn't have any precious treasures on them that were worth the other party's attention, so Xian Sitong was very puzzled. Why should I help you? Mu Yu was also asking himself. He smiled and said, There's no reason. Maybe you have something on you that's worth it for me to make a move. The cultivation world was filled with mutual deception. The majority of cultivators would kill each other at the slightest disagreement. In the future, they would become sacrifices on the battlefield and become the source of power for the threefold palace. The power of slaughter allowed Mu Yu to understand a few things. If he had to face the life and death of cultivators in the future, then at the very least, he had to determine who was worth living and who was worth his help. Let those who should live live and those who should die die. Righteous people would easily be taken advantage of by others, but because of Xian Zhengtang's integrity, Mu Yu wanted to help him. There was a room in the pavilion with many small and beautiful bird specimens. There were also the heads of all kinds of powerful sixth-order demon beasts. However, the entire room was neat and tidy. At this time, There were two people sitting on chairs made from the fangs of a saber-toothed tiger. There was also a layer of soft tiger skin on top. On the table was an incense burner made from the heart of a sixth-order demon beast, Ningxiong swallow. At this time, the room was filled with a strange fragrance that made people feel relaxed and happy. Ningxiong swallow was a very small sixth-order demon beast. It was very fast and very difficult to catch. Their bodies were only the size of a fist, and their hearts were only the size of a pinky finger. Grinding the heart of a Ning-scented swallow into powder was insignificant. Inside the incense burner on the table, there were at least 100 sixth-order Ning-scented swallows. Such a grand display could only be seen in the beast taming camp. What? One-eyed snake is dead. Yi Feiying leaned on the tiger skin chair and slightly frowned. Yes, that's what the one-eyed gang said. After hearing the news, One-Eyed Snake went to the Shen Beast workshop to cause trouble. According to his subordinates, the one who did it was the young man who talked back to you yesterday. Moreover, he only used one move to break the neck of a sixth-layer severed soul snake. The manager of the beast taming camp, Yu Wenyang, said. Yi Feiying was playing with two crystal-clear round stones in his hand. Upon closer inspection, these round stones were the eyes of the sixth-order amethyst spiral-eyed beast. The amethyst spiral-eye beast's entire body was made of crystal stones, and its eyes were extremely sturdy. Even a body integration stage cultivator could not destroy it. Those eyes would emit a dim light at night, and they could emit a powerful spiritual energy, which was very precious. That brat has this kind of skill. Doesn't that mean he is a body fusion cultivator? Yi Feiying said thoughtfully. It should be. Yu Wenyang said. Then did you find out his identity? Yi Feiying asked. Yu Wenyang shook his head. Not yet. I thought that since he dared to cause trouble in our beast taming camp, his background must be a genius from one of the 8 gates. However, I have checked and there is no such person in the other 7 gates. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. His name and origin are unknown. Yi Feiying coldly snorted. I don't care where he came from. If he dares to offend me, I will make him pay the price. Over the past year, countless dark horses have appeared on the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard. It's not surprising that he's here. However, don't worry, young Master Yi. I will definitely investigate this matter, said Yu Wenyang respectfully. Yi Feiying released his hand. The 2 round stones in his hand floated in the air and slowly rotated. His eyes flashed and said, You said that the man beside the young man yesterday was the shopkeeper of the Shen Beast workshop? Yes, young Master Yi. The Shen Beast workshop is also in the business of demon beasts. Why did he come to our beast taming camp to trade? Yu Wenyang was also quite puzzled. In the past, he didn't care about the existence of the Shen Beast workshop. After all, the Shen Beast workshop was not worth mentioning in front of their beast taming camp. Behind the beast taming camp was the Earth Emperor sect. How could a small burning sea sect compare to it? Young Master Yi, I heard that the Shen Beast workshop only buys rank 3 and rank 4 demon beasts. Since that person came to do business with rank 7 demon beasts, I reckon that they can't afford the price of rank 7 demon beast. Yu Wenyang guessed. Go and find out which inns, blacksmithing shops, and pharmacies the demon beasts that the Shen Beast workshop normally buys after processing them. Since that brat is now in the Shen Beast workshop, it means that he will most likely get the Shen Beast workshop to help him get rid of the rank 7 demon beasts. If the Shen Beast workshop dares to go against our beast taming camp, then I will make their shop unable to continue operating. Yi Feiying sneered. Young Master Yi, do you want to cut off their channel to sell demon beasts? So that other people won't buy their demon beast processing products? Yu Wenyang asked in surprise. This was indeed a vicious plan. With the beast taming camp's power, it was more than enough to force other businesses to not accept the Shen Beast workshop's demon beast processing products. Yi Feiying's finger gently rotated the 2 round stones floating in the air and said with a playful smile, After the demon beasts are processed, if there is no channel to sell them, then they can only be left to rot. I will first cut off their source of income and make that brat suffer a big setback. Then, I will come out and teach him a good lesson to vent the hatred in my heart. Chapter 807. Mu Yu didn't leave the Xian Beast workshop for the past 2 days because he was worried that the beast taming camp would bring people to cause trouble. With the beast taming camp's strength, if he wasn't there, Xian Zhengtang and the others wouldn't be able to stop them. Xian Zhengtang had also been busy dealing with the corpses of the demon beasts. Although Mu Yu raised the price, Xian Zhengtang didn't hate Mu Yu. He was still very respectful when meeting Mu Yu. Young Master Yu Feng, I have already dealt with the 2 demon beasts that are easy to rot. I will go and contact the buyer now. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to get the first sum of money today. Xian Zhangtang had already put the demon beasts into his universe concealment sleeve. When he passed by the courtyard, he saw Mu Yu sitting there and came over to greet him. Mu Yu nodded and asked, Uncle Xian, is there a 100-herb hall of the Danding sect in Eastern Sand City? Yes, the Pill Cauldron sect has a 100-herb hall in many important cities. We buy pills from the 100-herb hall. If young master wants to go there, you can leave the Profound Beast workshop and walk to the end of the street to the left. The 100-herb hall's shop is very big and eye-catching. Young master, do you want to buy pills? I know an alchemist from the Danding sect and can help you. Don't worry, I won't take a cut. Xian Zhengtang said seriously. No need, I was just casually asking. Then you go. Be careful on the road. Mu Yu casually said. Xian Zhengtang left the Xian Beast workshop to sell the demon beasts that he had dealt with. Mu Yu pushed Xiao Shuai, who was sleeping on the table, and said, Xiao Shuai, you stay here. If anyone comes looking for trouble, teach them a lesson if you can't handle them. If you can't handle them, use the formation to inform me. Mu Yu engraved 2 pieces of green jade formation. The 2 pieces of green jade were connected with each other. As long as one channeled spirit energy into the green jade, Mu Yu would be able to sense it. What about you? Are you going to buy something delicious? Xiao Shuai sleepily smacked his lips. Mu Yu smiled and said, Yes, I'm going to buy something delicious. Wait for me here. Good. I want to eat tanghulu and barbecued meat. Xiao Shuai was drooling as he laughed happily before turning over and falling asleep. With Mu Yu's identity, he could just go to the 100-herb hall and bring a Taisha purple heaven pill over. No matter what, he was still the branch master of the Pill Cauldron sect's Green Bamboo Peak. It was too unreasonable for him to pay for a Taisha purple heaven pill. However, Mu Yu did not want the other people in the cultivation world to know that he was here. He was too famous. Wherever he went, there would be a bunch of spectators and challengers. It was annoying to look at. In this kind of situation, it was best not to be too dazzling. Otherwise, there would be countless troubles. Whatever he wanted to do would be seen by others. He planned to go to the 100-herb hall to see if he could find any alchemist he knew and secretly take a Taisha purple heaven pill from them. Xian Sitong was accompanying her mother in the room, while Kai Shan was looking after the shop. Mu Yu did not leave through the main door. Instead, he directly jumped over the wall and left. The 100-herb hall's shop was indeed very big. It was on the same level as the beast taming camp. The Pill Cauldron sect had a high status in the cultivation world. It was not inferior to the 8 great sects. Alchemists were existences that everyone wanted to curry favor with. Therefore, the 100-herb hall was a holy land for many cultivators. Customers came and went from the 100-herb hall. Some people came to buy pills, while others came to trade herbs. The crowd was surging. When Mu Yu entered the 100-herb hall, he was greeted by a strange medicinal fragrance. Walking in the bustling crowd, he saw the workers of the 100-herb hall. The workers of the 100-herb hall were all disciples of the Pill Cauldron sect who had not yet taken the 4th-tier alchemist examination. They specialized in appraising herbs here and were called appraisers. The appraisers and alchemists of the 100-herb hall all had a trace of arrogance on their faces. Their status meant that they would not be as respectful to customers as the workers of other shops. Unless it was a famous customer with a high cultivation, the workers of the 100-herb hall would not treat them well. The customers who came to the 100-herb hall did not care about the attitude of the 100-herb hall. Everyone believed that the appraisers of the 100-herb hall had the right to be arrogant. Mu Yu pondered about how to reveal his identity as the branch master of the Green Bamboo Peak to the people of the 100 Herb Hall. He did not want to cause an uproar about his appearance in the Eastern Sand City. His identity was too sensitive right now. He could not reveal it to outsiders. He walked around the 100 Herb Hall, but his luck was not very good. He did not see any alchemists that he knew. Mu Yu only knew high-level alchemists in the Pill Cauldron sect. Of course, there were also some genius disciples. However, it was impossible to see these people in the Eastern Sand City. This is troublesome. Mu Yu did not want to casually reveal his identity to these appraisers and alchemists. One had to know that the Pill Cauldron sect still had the Shi Dengtian branch. He could not guarantee that the person he randomly pulled over would not be a subordinate of the Shi Dengtian branch. Back then, he had said that he would definitely kill Shi Dengtian. Mu Yu had never forgotten this matter. Now, he already had the strength to kill Shi Dengtian. However, if he rashly spread the news and Shi Dengtian found out, his whereabouts would be exposed. At that time, Mu Yu would have to face countless troubles. Mu Yu lined up at a counter with relatively fewer people. In front of him was a appraiser with a dark complexion. His cultivation was only in the Jindan stage. Beside him were countless herbs and some bottles. He had just finished settling the bill with a nascent soul stage customer. His expression was very impatient. Next, the appraiser shouted in a low muffled voice. He seemed to be very angry. Mu Yu walked over. Before he could open his mouth, the appraiser asked, "What kind of herbs do you want to sell?" "I'm not selling herbs. I'm here to ask some questions." Before Mu Yu could finish his words, the appraiser impatiently interrupted, "If you're not selling herbs, why are you here?" "I appraise herbs here. If you want to buy pills, go to the other side." "I'm not buying pills either. I just want to ask, who's in charge here?" Mu Yu said. The appraiser didn't even raise his head as he shouted, "Next." His attitude was arrogant. He didn't even bother to answer Mu Yu's question. His job was to appraise the age and effectiveness of herbs, set the price, and make transactions. He wasn't responsible for answering questions. The cultivators behind Mu Yu urged Mu Yu to hurry up and not waste any more time. Mu Yu didn't want to cause trouble. He calmly took out a stalk of herb and said indifferently, "I was wrong. I'm here to sell herbs." The appraiser didn't say much. He skillfully picked up the herb and looked at it. He frowned and said, "You're here to cause trouble, right? What are you trying to do with an ordinary pine tree leaf?" "This isn't an ordinary pine tree leaf." Mu Yu faintly smiled and pretended to be mysterious as she stretched out her hand and pointed at the marrowsong leaf. Then, the marrowsong leaf in the hands of the appraiser suddenly blossomed into a yellow flower. Each petal was sparkling and translucent. It looked as if it was formed by flowing water. It also contained a mellow and rich spiritual energy. The petals flickered in and out of existence. The flowing lights and vibrant colors shocked the appraiser. What is this?" The appraiser looked at Mu Yu in bewilderment. He had been an appraiser for so long, but he had never seen this kind of plant before. Originally, he wanted to treat this plant as an ordinary herb. However, the rich spiritual energy it emitted was the aura of some incomparably precious 10,000-year-old herbs. "What? Brother, you don't know that you're an appraiser?" Mu Yu pretended to be surprised and asked. Of course, the appraiser didn't know. Even Mu Yu didn't know about this herb. He had just taken a pine tree leaf and changed it to grow. Who asked him to have the ability to control herbs? Imitating a 10,000-year-old herb was a piece of cake. The appraiser choked. He glared at Mu Yu in dissatisfaction and said, "Wait here for a moment. I can't make the decision for a 10,000-year-old herb. I'll go get the shopkeeper." This appraiser obviously didn't want to appear ignorant in front of Mu Yu. No matter what, he was still an appraiser of the Pill Cauldron sect. Although he hadn't officially become an alchemist, he didn't want to be looked down upon in front of Mu Yu. Therefore, he took this herb to the shopkeeper of the 100 Herb Hall to make a decision. Mu Yu smiled with satisfaction. He did this to get the shopkeeper to come out. He wanted to see if the shopkeeper of the 100 Herb Hall in Dongsho City was someone he knew. Soon, the appraiser came out with a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had an imposing appearance. His cultivation was at the out-of-body stage. He was clearly a fifth-rank alchemist. Although he was only at the out-of-body stage, even a normal body integration stage cultivator wouldn't be willing to offend a fifth-rank alchemist. The middle-aged man's gaze fell on the deformed pine tree leaf on the counter. After taking a closer look, his face was filled with astonishment. Clearly, he had been the shopkeeper of the 100 Herb Hall in Dongsho City for so long. It wasn't that he hadn't seen what this plant was, but the characteristics of the spiritual energy emitted by the plant couldn't be wrong. The middle-aged man carefully picked up this extraordinary pine tree leaf and carefully pulled over a clear light pearl that was hanging upside down on the counter. This clear light pearl was obtained from a sixth-rank demonic beast. The light it emitted could make plants transparent, making it easy to see the internal structure of the plant. However, with a slight thought from Mu Yu, the pine tree leaf's branches and veins began to lightly tremble, as if they were alive. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. A plant with veins that could move meant that the plant had an extremely high spiritual nature. It was a priceless treasure. This fellow Daoist, I am the shopkeeper of the 100 Herb Hall, a fifth-rank alchemist, Zhang Xiaoming. Regarding the matter of this medicinal herb, how about we discuss it further? Zhang Xiaoming's tone was rather courteous, but there was still a trace of arrogance between his brows. He didn't have any intention of lowering himself. He even specially emphasized the words fifth-rank alchemist. Sure. Mu Yu lightly nodded his head. Zhang Xiaoming was rather displeased with Mu Yu's indifferent reaction. In his opinion, after he said fifth-rank alchemist, the other party should have nodded his head and bowed in reverence. After all, the title of fifth-rank alchemist was very useful anywhere in the cultivation world. However, what Zhang Xiaoming received was only a simple sure from Mu Yu. He dared to act like a big shot in front of a fifth-rank alchemist. Chapter 808. Towards Mu Yu's calm reaction, Zhang Xiaoming was very dissatisfied. With his status, wherever he went, he was like a moon surrounded by stars. Many people couldn't wait to curry favor with him. To him, inviting the young man in front of him to talk to him was already a great gift. The other party should be in fear and trepidation. However, Mu Yu's reaction really made Zhang Xiaoming dissatisfied. However, although Zhang Xiaoming was displeased, he didn't show it on his face. He didn't wait for Mu Yu to follow him. Instead, he walked into the room without looking back, full of arrogance. Mu Yu smiled faintly. A mere fifth-order alchemist. Back then, even the Pill Cauldron School's most senior elder had been extorted by him several times, so why would he care about a mere fifth-order alchemist? Not to mention others, even the head of the Danding School, Daoist Yundan, had to be polite when he saw Mu Yu. Things like arrogance were useless in front of Mu Yu. Entering the private room of the 100 Herb Hall, this was the place where the 100 Herb Hall usually received distinguished guests. The light was good and it was very comfortable. At this time, Zhang Xiaoming was already sitting on a chair. He pointed at the marrow songye on the table and said, "Fellow Daoist, where did you get this herb?" Mu Yu saw that the other party didn't have any intention of inviting him to sit down. He didn't argue and pulled a chair to sit down. He said, "I'm here to sell herbs. There's no need to tell you how I got it, right?" Zhang Xiaoming snorted. He deliberately wanted to show off his strength to Mu Yu and didn't let Mu Yu sit down. However, Mu Yu didn't buy it at all. He was also dissatisfied and said, "How much does fellow Daoist think is suitable to sell this herb?" Mu Yu obviously didn't come to sell herbs. He smiled faintly and said, 5 million. 5 million? Zhang Xiaoming was startled and then snorted, "Fellow Daoist, you have big words. You think this herb is worth 5 million? If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Xiaoming had never seen this herb before and wanted to buy it to study it, he would have chased Mu Yu away a long time ago. Why would he even bother talking to Mu Yu? Is it worth 5 million? Actually, you can pick it up and take a closer look. Is there anything special under this flower?" Mu Yu pointed at the marrow songye with a mysterious expression. Zheng Xiuming snorted. However, he still picked up the marrow songye. Just as he was about to examine it, a thin root suddenly shot out from the marrow songye. It pierced Zheng Xiuming's finger and invaded his meridians. Zheng Xiuming's gaze became unfocused. With Zheng Xiuming's out-of-body stage cultivation, there was no way he could resist the soul wood. Mu Yu lazily asked, "Which branch of alchemy do you belong to in the Pill Cauldron School?" Zheng Xiuming replied, "I'm an alchemist of the Medicine Grandmaster lineage." Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. Since he was from the Medicine Grandmaster lineage, he could be considered half of his own people. He didn't plan to make things difficult for Zheng Xiuming. He said, "How many Taisha purple heaven pills does your 100-herb hall have? Go and get one for me to see." Mu Yu didn't plan to reveal his identity as the branch master. Revealing his identity wouldn't do him any good. It was better to let Zheng Xiuming get the Taisha purple heaven pill himself. Zheng Xiuming shook his head and said, "Our 100-herb hall doesn't have the Taisha purple heaven pill. The Taisha purple heaven pill is a level 6 pill. The sale of a level 6 pill needs to be reported to the sect before it can be transferred from the sect. So troublesome." It was funny. Although Mu Yu was the branch master of the Pill Cauldron School's Green Bamboo Peak, he wasn't familiar with the Pill Cauldron School's business process. He also didn't know how level 6 pills were sold. However, according to Zheng Xiuming's words, this meant that Mu Yu wouldn't be able to get the Taisha Purple Heaven pill today. "Then do you have the pill formula for the Taisha Purple Heaven pill?" Mu Yu continued to ask without batting an eyelid. Zheng Xiuming shook his head and said, "Only level 6 alchemists know the pill formula for level 6 pills. We have no way of knowing it." "Then other than the Taisha Purple Heaven pill, does the Pill Cauldron School have any other way to deal with Huo Yumeng's Heaven Fire?" Mu Yu continued to ask. Zheng Xiuming shook his head. "As far as I know, the Taisha Purple Heaven pill is the only pill that can deal with Heaven Fire. However, this pill can also deal with the injuries caused by Heaven-ranked Yumeng of other attributes." "What are the symptoms of being injured by Yumeng of other attributes?" Mu Yu still didn't understand this matter. After being injured by a Heaven-ranked Earth Yumeng, the skin will gradually turn into dust and fall off. After being injured by a Heaven-ranked Earth Yumeng, the muscles will turn into veins and eventually wither. After being injured by a Heaven-ranked Gold Yumeng, the entire body will gradually turn into metal and become unable to move. After being injured by a Heaven-ranked Water Yumeng, the body will gradually corrode like flowing water. The Taisha Purple Heaven pill is the only pill that can deal with the injuries caused by a Heaven-ranked Yumeng. Mu Yu stroked his chin. He was increasingly surprised by the pill formula for the Taisha Purple Heaven pill. A pill that could deal with all the injuries caused by a Heaven-ranked Yumeng was definitely something special about the pill formula. Normally, after ordering the Taisha Purple Heaven pill, how many days does it take to transfer it over from the Pill Cauldron School? Our East Sand City is too far away from the Pill Cauldron School. Furthermore, I need to go back personally to get the level 6 pills. Adding on the time it takes to travel, the time it takes to apply to the Pill Cauldron School, and the time it takes to refine pills when the stock of pills is depleted, a conservative estimate is around 10 days, Zheng Xiuming answered honestly. The Pill Cauldron School had opened a 100-herb hall in every major city of the 3 continents. There were more than 100 of them. Their pills were in short supply, especially the level 6 pills, which were incomparably precious. It was normal for them to run out of stock. 10 days is still too long. In order to get the Taisha Purple Heaven pill as soon as possible, Mu Yu had to get Zheng Xiuming to go directly to the Pill Cauldron School to get the pill. He thought for a moment and used the Divine Soul Array to tamper with Zheng Xiuming's memories, making Zheng Xiuming think of it as an ordinary business. Mu Yu asked about the procedures needed to get the level 6 pills in detail. Then, he encountered another troublesome matter. The level 6 pills required the shopkeeper of the 100-herb hall to go back to the Pill Cauldron School to get it personally. At the same time, he had to give all the money for the level 6 pills to the Pill Cauldron School. If Zheng Xiuming couldn't take out 5 million when he went back, he wouldn't be able to get the level 6 pills. When ordering a level 6 pill in the 100-herb hall, the customer was usually asked to settle the bill first before going back to wait for the pill. With the reputation of the 100-herb hall, There was no need to worry about the money being embezzled. If Mu Yu wanted to let Zheng Xiuming go back to get the Taisha Purple Heaven Pill now, then he had to let Zheng Xiuming have 5 million. Why is it so troublesome? Mu Yu sighed helplessly. He only had 3 million spirit stones in his pocket, and the 100 herb halls accounts were checked every day. This was strictly guarded, and Zheng Xiuming couldn't use those spirit stones. Originally, he wanted Zheng Xiuming to pay 2 million first, but he found that Zheng Xiuming only had 1 million in his pocket. You're a level 5 alchemist, how can you only have 1 million? Where did you spend the money? Mu Yu asked in a bad mood. A level 5 alchemist didn't have a few million in his pocket. Zheng Xiuming said honestly, a while ago, in order to exchange for a precious level 5 pill formula from the sect, I spent 6 million. Mu Yu couldn't help but click his tongue. He knew that the Pill Cauldron School had its own rules. Ordinary pill formulas could be obtained for free, but precious pill formulas needed to be bought from the sect. This was done to let the sect's disciples earn their own living. They couldn't always sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. If you want to have money, you have to earn it yourself. The way to earn money was to refine more pills and sell them. The better the quality of the pills, the higher the price. Therefore, everyone would desperately refine pills, and it would indirectly improve their alchemy skills. This world is really filled with the stench of money. Mu Yu couldn't help but sigh. Although he never lacked money to spend, if he wanted to help others, he was powerless. Living in this world, people always had to deal with money. When you don't have money, you can really suffocate to death. Forget it, I'll go back and get 1 million from Uncle Shen first. He should be able to get rid of the 2 demonic beasts. If it doesn't work, I'll sell my level 6 pills. Mu Yu left the 100 herb hall with this thought, and prepared to return to the Profound Beast Workshop to wait for Xian Zhengtang's return. However, when Mu Yu climbed over the wall and returned to the Profound Beast Workshop, he found Xian Zhengtang sitting in the courtyard with a dejected expression. Little Shuai was still sleeping on the table. Back so soon? Uncle Xian, did you get rid of the 2 level 6 demonic beasts? Mu Yu asked. When Xian Zhengtang saw that Mu Yu had returned, he quickly stood up and said with a pale face, "Young master, you're finally back. Something happened, we offended the beast taming camp. They blocked all the channels to deal with the demonic beasts. No inn, restaurant, or blacksmith shop is willing to buy our level 6 demonic beasts. We're finished." Xian Zhengtang revealed a look of despair. When he was rejected by the channel, he felt that the sky had collapsed. The corpse of a level 6 demonic beast couldn't be sold. After a long time, it would rot. Bai Liang wasted a level 6 demonic beast, and most importantly, it was impossible for Xian Zhengtang to rely on demonic beasts to earn money in the future. This was equivalent to the beast taming camp forcing the Profound Beast Workshop to a dead end. No one was willing to accept the demonic beasts of the Profound Beast Workshop. When Xian Zhengtang thought about how his wife was still suffering from the heavenly flame, and how he was unable to raise the 5 million spirit stones to buy the Taisha Purple Heaven Pill, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Sure enough, no matter who you offend, you can't offend the 8 gates. It's all my fault, all my fault. Xian Zhengtang let out a long sigh. His eyes were red, and tears almost flowed out of his eyes. He didn't have the ability to fight against the beast taming camp. With the beast taming camp cutting off his path of retreat, the Profound Beast Workshop could no longer operate. Mu Yu was also furious after hearing this. He didn't think that the beast taming camp would do such a despicable thing. Don't worry, there will be a way to solve this matter. Mu Yu patted Xian Zhengtang's shoulder and comforted him. Xian Zhengtang seemed to have lost his soul. Young master, how do we solve this? We have offended the beast taming camp of the Earthly Imperial Gate. We are completely out of options. Xian Zhengtang didn't know Mu Yu's identity, but he was clear about his own background. A small Burning Sea sect was equivalent to an exile being oppressed by the Burning Sea sect. He endured humiliation for his wife, but in the end, he was still forced into a dead end. Xian Zhengtang felt that he had fallen into a boundless abyss without a glimmer of hope. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will help you solve it. Mu Yu's voice was firm. He looked at Xian Zhengtang and continued, I said I would help you, so I will definitely help you. Xian Zhengtang clenched his fists and looked at the young man ahead. He didn't know why, but he felt as if he was looking at a tall mountain, but it was also this mountain that gave him a sense of trust. Young master, I have no other choice now, I will listen to everything you say. Xian Zhengtang's entire body seemed to collapse. It seemed as if he had suddenly aged 10 years. His helpless expression made Mu Yu feel very uncomfortable in her heart. Father. Xian Sitong came over and tightly hugged Xian Zhengtang. Father, this is not your fault. No matter what happens, we will face it together. I will help you, the heavens will always leave a way out. Xian Zhengtang reached out and patted his daughter's back. Her words made him feel even more guilty, but for his wife and daughter, he couldn't fall down. Sitong, I will not give up, I will think of a way to get the spirit stones. Xian Zhengtang's voice was very low. He had been suppressing himself all this time. As an upright person, Xian Zhengtang would never play tricks. He would treat everything as it should be. However, the first elder of his sect and the Beastmaster camp of the Earthly Imperial Gate were forcing him. He began to wonder what his principles had brought him. Sigh, I thought that being a good person would be rewarded, but this world. Xian Zhengtang's voice was filled with despair. Xian Zhengtang's tone was mixed with incomparable despair. A fifth celestial layer of spirit-severing stage cultivator, if he wanted to obtain spirit stones by improper means, was completely capable of doing so. Murder, robbery, theft, extortion, and extortion. In the past, Xian Zhengtang disdained to do these things because he felt that a person should keep their bottom line. But today, for the first time, he questioned whether being a good person was worth it or not. Mu Yu looked at the upright father and daughter who had been forced into a dead end, and an unspeakable sadness welled up in her heart. In this world, the good were always oppressed while the bad were rampant. He couldn't help but think, was there really a need for him to save the cultivation world under the control of the threefold palace? Master didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own cultivation to save this cultivation world. What was his purpose? Mu Yu shook his head. He couldn't figure it out. However, because his master wanted to save this world, he respected his master's choice. However, not everyone in this world was worth saving, so he could only do what he could. Mu Yu was silent for a long time before she slowly opened her mouth and said, Uncle Xian, I chose to help you because of your integrity. I hope you won't forget your original intention. This world still needs people with integrity. Xian Zhengtang panted. He looked at Mu Yu's clear eyes and didn't know what to do. Don't give up your principles for money. Mu Yu said seriously. Xian Zhengtang wryly smiled. Young noble, you can trust me. Chapter 809. The Beast Taming Pavilion forbade all businesses from cooperating with the Xian Beast Workshop. Even if Mu Yu went to kill Yi Feiying now, it would be useless. If he didn't want to expose his identity, he had to use another method to help the Xian Beast Workshop. The Xian Beast Workshop needed a backer that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Earth Emperor sect. Mu Yu knew who to find for this backer. Beast Taming Pavilion. Yi Feiying already knew what happened today. All the businesses that did business with demonic beasts had already rejected Xian Zhengtang's business under his threat. Young Master Yi, now that the Xian Beast Workshop understands the consequences of going against us, what should we do next? Yu Wenyang asked. Yi Feiying was still spinning the 2 hard round stones in his hand as he sneered, No hurry, our real goal is the rank 7 demon spirit and all the rank 6 demonic beasts that they have already dealt with. As long as we wait for a few more days, when their demonic beasts are about to rot, we will go to the Xian Beast Workshop and openly buy the rank 7 and rank 6 demonic beasts at a low price. I think they will have no choice but to sell them to us at that time. Young Master Yi is brilliant. Yu Wenyang laughed. Forcing the Xian Beast Workshop into a dead end and then buying their demonic beasts at a low price. At that time, not only would they be able to seize the goods of the Xian Beast Workshop, they would also be able to ruthlessly humiliate the Xian Beast Workshop. This was Yi Feiying's idea. If you want to fight with our Earth Emperor sect, then look at yourself first. I don't even need to make a move to play with you. Yi Feiying proudly laughed. However, at this time, a worker from the beast-taming pavilion suddenly knocked on the door and respectfully reported, "Lord Shopkeeper, young Master Yi, 100 Herb Hall's Master Zheng is here. He said he has something to discuss with us." "Rank 5 Alchemist Master Zheng? Then what are we waiting for? Quickly invite him in." Yu Wenyang stood up. The shopkeeper of the 100 Herb Hall was a big customer. Their beast-taming pavilion didn't dare to neglect him. Yes. Soon, the door was pushed open. Zheng Xiuming slowly walked in and cupped his hands. "Shopkeeper Yu, young Master Yi, how have you been?" "Haha. Master Zheng, please forgive me for not coming out to greet you," Yi Feiying said with a smile. "Master Zheng, please take a seat. I wonder what wind blew you here today," Yu Wenyang said with a polite smile. Although Yi Feiying and Yu Wenyang were both at the body integration stage, they didn't put on any airs in front of Zheng Xiuming, who was at the out-of-body stage. Not only was Zheng Xiuming a fifth-order alchemist, but he also represented the Pill Cauldron School's 100 Herb Hall. Naturally, they had to treat him with respect. "Of course I'm here to talk business." Zheng Xiuming pondered for a bit before answering. The Beastmaster Camp and 100 Herb Hall were old customers. The 100 Herb Hall often bought demon spirits and blood to refine pills, so they had frequent business dealings with Beastmaster Camp. Beastmaster Camp treated the 100 Herb Hall as their top priority. "Grandmaster Zheng, if your 100 Herb Hall needs any demonic beast materials, you only need to send someone to tell us and we will immediately send them over. Why do you have to make a trip personally?" Yu Wenyang personally brewed a cup of tea for Zheng Xiuming. One could imagine how much importance Yu Wenyang placed on the 100 Herb Hall's business to personally brew tea for Zheng Xiuming. Zheng Xiuming didn't hold back and took a sip. After a while, he said, "This business is very important, so I had to come personally. You should know my senior uncle, Grandmaster Alchemist, right? Grandmaster Alchemist's reputation is like thunder in the cultivation world." "Of course we know. What? Did Grandmaster Alchemist personally come to Eastern Sand City?" Yi Feiying and Yu Wenyang looked at each other and saw the dignified expression in each other's eyes. The two put down their teacups at the same time and listened to Zheng Xiuming's words. Grandmaster Alchemist was a highly respected alchemist of the Pill Cauldron School. He was also the master of the Pill Cauldron School. His status was extremely high. In the cultivation world, even the sect masters of the 8 sects had to be respectful to him. If Grandmaster Alchemist came to Eastern Sand City, the two of them would definitely pay him a visit. "That's not it. You also know my senior uncle, Grandmaster Alchemist. His talent in alchemy is top-notch. When he was in the out-of-body stage, he was able to refine a Tier 6 pill. Now, his cultivation has reached the 9th sky of spirit severing stage. Recently, he's preparing to break through to the body fusion stage." "What? Refining a Tier 7 pill?" Yu Wenyang almost lost his voice as he exclaimed. Yi Feiying was also shocked. If Tier 7 demon spirits were hard to find, then Tier 7 pills were simply the stars in the sky, untouchable. Everyone knew that Tier 7 pills were extremely precious. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a Tier 7 pill could bring back the dead. If a Tier 7 pill appeared in the cultivation world, it would cause tens of thousands of people to fight over it. Anyone would pay any price to obtain a Tier 7 pill. Grandmaster Alchemist might only be a Tier 6 alchemist, but if he were to say that he wanted to refine a Tier 7 pill, no one would think that he was joking. This was because it was completely possible with his alchemy skills. Yi Feiying and Yu Wenyang were deeply shaken by this news. After a while, Feiying carefully asked, "Then Grandmaster Zheng must be here to buy materials for Senior Alchemist, right?" Zheng Xiuming nodded, "That's right. Senior Uncle sent me to find some materials for Tier 7 pills, but some of them are very hard to find. I think your Beastmaster Camp should be able to do this." Yi Feiying immediately made a solemn vow, "Grandmaster Zheng, Senior Alchemist, just tell us what materials you need. Our Beastmaster Camp will definitely prepare them." Yu Wenyang also became serious. This was no small matter. Zheng Xiuming gently turned his teacup and revealed a strange smile. The materials Senior Alchemist wants are extremely precious. I also hope to buy them from your camp. Fei Ying hurriedly said, Grandmaster Zheng, what are you saying? Senior Alchemist wants to refine a Tier 7 pill, and coming to our Beastmaster camp to find materials is already giving us face. Don't worry, just tell us the materials you need and we will give them to Senior Alchemist for free. Even the Earth Emperor Gate wouldn't dare to slight an alchemist who could refine a Tier 7 pill. Now, Grandmaster Alchemist wanted to buy materials. If their Beastmaster camp could seize this opportunity to form a relationship with a grand god like Grandmaster Alchemist, it would be a win-win situation. Zheng Xiuming nodded, very good. Then is Beastmaster camp buying Tier 7 demon spirits and Tier 7 demonic beasts recently? Senior Alchemist said that he wants to refine Tier 7 demon spirits and Tier 7 demonic beasts are indispensable. Tier 7 demon spirits and Tier 7 demonic beasts. Fei Ying and Yu Wenyang's jaws dropped as they looked at each other. They didn't expect Grandmaster Alchemist to want these two materials. What? Does Beastmaster camp not have these two materials? Zheng Xiuming asked. Fei Ying quickly covered his expression and smiled. Grandmaster Zheng is joking. Anything related to demonic beasts can be bought at our Beastmaster camp. May I ask what kind of demon spirit and Tier 7 demonic beast Senior Alchemist wants so that we can prepare them? Zheng Xiuming smiled and said, there are no specific requirements for this. As long as it's a 7th rank demon spirit, it's fine. A 7th rank demon spirit's spiritual energy is rich, and it's an essential ingredient for refining many 7th rank elixirs. As for a 7th rank demon beast, we need its blood chi, so any 7th rank demon beast will do. Fei Ying's mind quickly changed as he immediately said, very well, Grandmaster Zheng, go back and wait. You know that Tier 7 demonic beasts are hard to find, so we need to get them from other places. I'm afraid it will take some time. However, I guarantee that with our efficiency, we will be able to deliver these two materials to the 100 Herb Hall in 3 days at most. Then I'm relieved. I was worried that if you didn't have them here, I would have to go elsewhere. Then I'll take my leave. Zheng Xiuming stood up and cupped his fists. Take care, Grandmaster Zheng. Yi Fei Ying and Yu Wenyang personally sent Zheng Xiuming out of the Beastmaster camp before their expressions turned serious. Young noble Yi, Tier 7 demon spirits are too rare. Our Beastmaster camp hasn't bought one for a long time. The other cities are probably in the same situation, but that brat from the Xian Beast Workshop has one. What should we do now? Yu Wenyang asked. Zheng Xiuming was a Tier 5 alchemist of the Grandmaster Alchemist faction. His identity was not to be underestimated. If the Beastmaster camp told him that they didn't have one, then the 100 Herb Hall would definitely go elsewhere to inquire. Many demon hunters were present that day when the Xian Beast Workshop had a Tier 7 demon spirit. The 100 Herb Hall would definitely know of this news. At that time, if the 100 Herb Hall cooperated with the Xian Beast Workshop, then the Beastmaster camp's reputation would suffer a huge blow. Not only that, their method of blocking the Xian Beast Workshop's escape route would no longer work. Yi Fei Ying's expression was cold. His eyes revealed a trace of killing intent as he said, no matter, I'll personally make a trip to the Xian Beast Workshop tonight and directly kill those people there. I'll snatch their Tier 7 demon spirit. Originally, he didn't want to make a move on the people of the Xian Beast Workshop so early. He wanted to wait until the Xian Beast Workshop had nowhere to go before making a move. However, Zheng Xiuming's sudden visit forced him to bring forward his plan. Send someone to watch the Xian Beast Workshop. If they make any movements, immediately inform me, Yi Fei Ying said. Yes. Yu Wenyang hurriedly left. Zheng Xiuming looked around. When he saw that no one was paying attention to him, he turned into an alley. At this moment, there was already a figure waiting for him in the alley. Is the matter done? Mu Yu lightly asked. My lord, the matter has been done according to your instructions, Zheng Xiuming respectfully said to Mu Yu. Finally, Zheng Xiuming seemed to have thought of something and asked, My lord, you can actually directly let our 100 Herb Hall go to the Xian Beast Workshop to buy the elixirs. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Because I want to invite you into the trap, then close the door and beat the dog. Mu Yu's killing intent was awe-inspiring. Zheng Xiuming was startled by the sudden killing intent from Mu Yu. Go back first. Act according to the plan. Mu Yu said. Yes, this one will take his leave. Zheng Xiuming once again respectfully bowed and finally disappeared into the alley. After Mu Yu saw Zheng Xiuming leave, his killing intent gradually faded. Chapter 8:10. Now that the beast taming camp had blocked all the paths to the mystical beast workshop, Mu Yu had to first deal with Yi Feiying if he wanted to help the father and daughter. Otherwise, even if the 100-herb haul appeared, Yi Feiying could still secretly use his rod. He couldn't just rush to the beast taming camp to kill Yi Feiying for no reason. He could only let Yi Feiying come to him personally and then kill him without anyone knowing. This matter needed to be done cleanly. In order to avoid implicating the mystical beast workshop, he wouldn't set the location of the assassination at the mystical beast workshop. He still needed to do some other things. When Mu Yu returned to the mystical beast workshop, Xian Zhengtang had been waiting for him in the shop. Seeing Mu Yu return, he anxiously asked, "Young noble, have you thought about how to sell the rank 6 demonic beast?" Mu Yu smiled and comforted him. "Don't worry, the matter will be solved." Seeing Mu Yu's indifferent appearance, Xian Zhengtang's heart was still uneasy. He didn't know where Mu Yu went or what Mu Yu wanted to do. Mu Yu seemed to have a card up his sleeve, but Xian Zhengtang was very worried. "Young noble, you are not familiar with Eastern Sand City. If you need anything, you must tell me. I also want to help," Xian Zhengtang sincerely said. Mu Yu thoughtfully nodded and said, "I really do need you to help me a little. Young noble, if you need anything, please tell me." Xian Zhengtang's expression was very serious. He really wanted to do something right now so that he wouldn't appear so useless. "No rush now, wait until evening." Mu Yu went through the shop and came to the backyard. At this time, little Shuai was happily playing with Xian Sitong. Xian Zhengtang was very confused and didn't understand what Mu Yu was planning. He quickly followed. "Little Shuai, I have to go out tonight to do something. You have to follow me," Mu Yu said. Now that the power of slaughter had affected Mu Yu needed little Shuai to remind him. Otherwise, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to regain his senses. "Go out to do what? Is it dangerous?" Xian Sitong asked worriedly. "Why do you think it's dangerous?" Mu Yu asked. Xian Sitong gritted her teeth and said, "I don't know. It's just my intuition. There won't be any danger." Mu Yu smiled. A girl's intuition was very strange. Kai Shan brought out some dishes from the kitchen and greeted everyone. "Master, senior sister, and young master, it's time for lunch." "You didn't call me when you were eating?" Little Shuai snorted with his hands on his waist. "Young master, how could I forget about you? I specially prepared a grilled leg for you." Kai Shan then carried out a large plate from the kitchen. On top of the plate was a tantalizing barbecue meat. Xiao Shuai's eyes immediately emitted light. Other than little Shuai and Mu Yu, the others didn't seem to have any appetite for the meal. Now that the profound beast workshop hadn't found a buyer, they didn't dare to open the shop for business. Kai Shan didn't have much to do. He was diligent and brought in some dishes for Madame Xian. In the afternoon, Mu Yu sat cross-legged in his room and cultivated. Xiao Shuai was sleeping soundly on the bed. Xian Zhengtang, Xian Sitong, and Kai Shan sat in the courtyard at their wits' end. Xian Sitong had been staring at Mu Yu's closed door in a daze. She seemed to have thought of something else, and her expression was very worried. Kai Shan saw Xian Sitong's expression and said, "Senior sister, ever since this young master came, I noticed that you often stared at him in a daze. Are you doing something?" Xian Sitong asked. Kai Shan leaned over and quietly asked, "Are you in love with him?" Xian Sitong reached out and grabbed Kai Shan's ear. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch, I'm just stating a fact," Kai Shan muttered. Xian Sitong snorted. "How is this a fact? He has been helping us. Of course I have to care about him." Xian Zhangtang looked at his daughter with deep meaning, then said, "Sitong, this young master is not from the same world as us. I know I'm not thinking too much. Xian Sitong used her hand to support her chin. The scene of Mu Yu killing the one-eyed snake appeared in her mind. That kind of cold killing intent made Xian Sitong's heart still have lingering fear. You still say you're not thinking about anything, Kai Shan said while touching his ear. Even if I like him, it's none of your business, Xian Sitong shouted. Kai Shan stuck out his tongue and pretended to be indifferent. However, his eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. He secretly looked at Mu Yu's door, and his heart was very upset. Kai Shan had always secretly liked his senior sister, but this time, senior sister's words made him feel very bad. Compared to that young master, I really am not worthy of senior sister. Kai Shan also supported his chin and looked at Xian Sitong. Xian Zhengtang understood his daughter and disciple very well. He also understood what Kai Shan was thinking. He slightly shook his head and did not say anything. Evening came quickly. Mu Yu opened the door and walked out with little Shuai in his arms. Little Shuai was still snoring and refused to wake up. Young master, you're out? Xian Zhengtang and the rest immediately went up to greet him. Mu Yu nodded his head. He glanced at Xian Sitong, who was staring at him, and said, Uncle Xian, let's go. I want to go too, Xian Sitong suddenly said. Sitong, don't make a fuss. Young master and I are going to do something. You guys wait at home, Xian Zhengtang berated. But I also want to help, Xian Sitong said unwillingly. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Mu Yu didn't agree. He didn't want to bring a girl to kill people. Bringing Xian Zhengtang was to ensure that Yi Feiying would believe that the two of them were going to deal with the matter of the 7th rank demon spirit. Xian Sitong clenched her teeth. Mu Yu and Xian Zhengtang opened the door of the Profound Beast Workshop and left. As soon as they left the Mystic Beast Workshop, a sneaky figure quickly followed them from the vicinity of the Mystic Beast Workshop. Young master, should we deal with the people behind us? Xian Zhengtang asked hesitantly. No need, we'll make a trip out of the city. Mu Yu directly walked towards the Eastern Sand City's city gate. The two of them quickly left the Eastern Sand City and walked towards the forest under the afterglow of the setting sun. At this moment, Yi Feiying had already received the news of the people he sent to monitor the Profound Beast Workshop. Xian Zhengtang and that brat have already left the Eastern Sand City. They're most likely planning to go to another city to deal with the 7th rank demon spirit. Young master, what do you think? Yu Wenyang said. Yi Feiying coldly snorted. They're leaving the Eastern Sand City is exactly what I want. This way, I can secretly snatch their 7th rank demon spirit. Young master, do you want me to go as well? Yu Wenyang asked. I alone am enough. Yi Feiying left the beast-taming abode and headed towards the Eastern Sand City's city gate. Yu Wenyang was quite familiar with Yi Feiying's strength. The person ranked 27th on the Supreme Immortal list was more than enough to deal with the two people from the Profound Beast Workshop. He didn't think too much about it and continued to do his own things. Mu Yu walked into the forest and quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain range. Xian Zhengtang's face slightly changed as he reminded, Young master, if we continue forward, we'll reach the place where the human often appears. So, there should be very few people in this area, right? Mu Yu softly asked as he looked at the mountain range that was gradually enveloped by the darkness of the night and felt the oppressive aura coming from afar. Xian Zhengtang nodded, because the human frequently appears in this area, no one dares to casually come here. Speaking until here, Xian Zhengtang's expression turned gloomy. His wife was injured by the fire human in this area and was still suffering from the heavenly fire. Originally, they already had a chance of survival, but they never thought that they would be framed by the beast-taming abode. Young master, why did you bring me here? Xian Zhengtang worriedly asked while looking at the dark mountain range in the distance. Uncle Xian, help me carry my little brother and wait on the side. Mu Yu handed little Shuai over to Xian Zhengtang and patted his shoulder, indicating for him to be at ease. Then he turned around and said, Since you're already here, why are you still hiding? Xian Zhengtang was shocked. He clearly remembered that the person tailing them disappeared after leaving the city. Why was there still someone following them? Most importantly, he didn't notice the person tailing them at all. Such a keen sense of smell. Yi Feiying's figure slowly emerged from the darkness. He looked coldly at Mu Yu and Xian Zhengtang. His gaze swept past the two of them and landed on the mountain range in the distance. Clearly, he was a little afraid of the place where the Yu Meng demons appeared. Yi Feiying. Xian Zhengtang's expression greatly changed. He couldn't be more familiar with Yi Feiying's cultivation and reputation. This famous genius of the Earth Emperor sect was at the 5th layer of the Unity stage. He was far from someone Xian Zhengtang could handle. Young master, be careful. Xian Zhengtang was very worried. Even though he knew that Yu Feng was also at the Unity stage, he wasn't sure if he could fight against this genius. It's okay, little Shuai, get up. Mu Yu nudged little Shuai. Little Shuai rubbed his eyes and looked at Yi Feiying in a daze. He asked, "What's wrong? Is this little bastard still alive?" Xian Zhengtang secretly wiped his sweat after hearing little Shuai's words. He didn't even look at who he was talking to before daring to say such words. He secretly glanced at Yi Feiying under the faint moonlight. Sure enough, Yi Feiying was very angry after hearing little Shuai's words. "Brat, I'll give you a choice. Hand over the 7th Order Demon Spirit and the 7th Order Demon Beast and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise..." Yi Feiying sneered. "Otherwise what?" Mu Yu asked indifferently. "Otherwise, I'll feed you to my crimson blood cyan wolf as a snack." A ray of light flashed in Yi Feiying's hand and a small cage appeared in his hand. The cage grew as the wind blew and a demon beast flashing with green and red light suddenly roared out of the cage. This demonic beast was majestic and awe-inspiring. It was about 10 meters long, and its fur was alternating between green and red. In the dark night, it shone brightly. As soon as it appeared, a tyrannical aura swept out, setting off a storm. A 6th Order demon beast, crimson blood cyan wolf. Chapter 8:11. Every disciple of the earthly imperial sect would raise some powerful demonic beasts for battle. Their cultivation methods were very powerful. It was said that they could merge with the demonic beasts and exert great combat strength. Mu Yu had never fought with anyone from the earthly imperial sect before. The only person he knew from the earthly imperial sect was Cai Lai's brother, Xing Gao. He had a good impression of Xinggao, but Mu Yu didn't need to be polite to Yi Feiying. The shadow sword appeared in his hand. A cyan light flashed in the air. His cultivation was at the 2nd sky of the form synthesis realm. He left Xian Zhengtang and Xiao Shuai in a flash and landed in the sky above the forest. Yi Feiying narrowed his eyes and sensed Mu Yu's cultivation. He was surprised because Mu Yu looked like he was in his early 20s, but his cultivation was already at the form synthesis realm. Where did such a genius come from? Why had he never heard of him before? Good boy, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be at the form synthesis realm. If you have such a cultivation level at such a young age, then what is your ranking as an extreme immortal? I don't kill nameless people. Yi Feiying was full of fighting spirit. Xian Zhengtang also looked at Mu Yu expectantly. He had always wondered about this. Mu Yu was too young, but his cultivation was so powerful. Needless to say, he must have a great background. Extreme immortal ranking? I forgot. Mu Yu didn't have any extreme immortal mark on him. He didn't need something like the extreme immortal mark to prove himself. This kind of thing didn't have any practical significance to him. What he really cared about now was the battle between the extreme immortals in a few months. Forgot. Xian Zhengtang, who was watching the battle, was stunned. He asked in a low voice, "Little Lord, how could your brother forget the extreme immortal ranking? It's not like you can eat it. Why do you need to remember it?" Xiao Shuai sat on Xian Zhengtang's neck and yawned. Xian Zhengtang was speechless. Yi Feiying stared at the sword in Mu Yu's hand. Generally speaking, famous extreme immortals would have some special characteristics and magic treasures that could identify them. But swords were too common. Many self-cultivators used flying swords, so he didn't recognize it immediately. Haha. It doesn't matter if you forgot. After tonight, there's no need for your ranking to exist. 2 moon-white sharp blades appeared in Yi Feiying's hands. They were 2 feet long and were refined from precious animal bones. Infused with his spiritual power, they were extremely sharp. In the past, these 2 sharp blades could easily end the opponent's life in a fight. He called his magical weapon Cold Wind, a sharp blade in the cold wind, used to reap the lives of his opponents. He sheathed the blades in his hands, and the 2 blades seemed to have become a part of his body, fitting perfectly with his arms. A leaf slowly drifted in the wind. It spun in the air and gradually fell to the ground. At the same time, the 2 figures had already intertwined in the air. Ding! After images and sharp blades streaked across the air, colliding with each other. Violent spiritual energy swept out, instantly destroying the forest below, turning all the trees into debris. Kill them! Yi Feiying shouted coldly. Roar! The red-blood cyan wolf roared with a deafening sound. It turned quickly and rushed directly to Xian Zhengtang. Xian Zhengtang's face changed greatly. The red-blood cyan wolf was too powerful for him to resist. Before he came to his senses, the red-blood cyan wolf's sharp claws had already reached him. In a hurry, he could only squat down and protect Xiao Shuai tightly under his body. He used his body to block the claws of the red-blood cyan wolf, so that Xiao Shuai would not be hurt. But the claws didn't fall. He heard a loud collision sound and the scream of the evil beast. Then he saw that Mu Yu had already landed in front of him, and the red-blood cyan wolf had retreated to Yi Feiying's side. Your opponent is me. Mu Yu's eyes lit up with black and white light. Even in the dark night, his black and white eyes looked extremely deep, making people's hearts palpitate. Yi Feiying's eyes were cold. When he saw Mu Yu's eyes, he also frowned slightly. The left side of Mu Yu's eyes glowed with a black light, while the right side glowed with a white light. Her left eye, in particular, emitted a black light. It was like a black hole, even purer than the surrounding darkness. Not bad. Yi Feiying stopped looking down on him. It was just a short fight. He thought that Yi Feiying could let the red-blood cyan wolf crush the 2 people in the way. But he didn't expect that Mu Yu's figure was so fast. He knocked him back with a sword and came to the front of the red-blood cyan wolf in a flash. He kicked the red-blood cyan wolf away. If Yi Feiying hadn't protected the red-blood cyan wolf in time, Mu Yu's kick would have severely injured the red-blood cyan wolf. Young master, Xian Zhengtang looked at Mu Yu with lingering fear. Thinking that his life was hanging by a thread, he secretly wiped his sweat. Mu Yu didn't say anything. A formation flashed around him, and then he disappeared into the void. The sword in his hand was extremely fast. The sword chi was like a bolt of lightning in the dark night, tearing the night sky apart. The sharp sword shadows were hidden in the air. They were like thousands of soldiers and horses, whistling through the air. Yi Feiying looked at the sword shadows that filled the sky and felt a strong sense of danger. The sharp blade in his hand flashed from time to time and destroyed a few of the sword shadows. Then, he retreated from the scene. Mu Yu didn't use the power of slaughter, which meant that his cultivation was only at the form synthesis stage. It was impossible for him to take down Yi Feiying instantly. It seems that I can't take you down today if I don't take it seriously. Yi Feiying was very powerful. He was at the 5th sky of the form synthesis stage. Since he could occupy a place on the Supreme Immortal list, he was no ordinary person. He shouted angrily and suddenly turned into a stream of light. At the same time, the red-blood cyan wolf beside him roared and turned into another stream of light. It instantly merged with the stream of light that Yi Feiying had turned into. Swish! Green and red lights appeared on Yi Feiying's body. His body expanded several times. His muscles bulged and his hands turned into indestructible wolf claws. The powerful cultivation method of the Earthly Emperor sect, the art of controlling beasts, could allow a demonic beast to possess the body of a demonic beast for a certain period of time. The demonic beast would have the agility and strength of a demonic beast and become half human and half beast. It was said that the cultivation method of the Earthly Emperor sect was inspired by the demonic beasts. Their secret arts could make their combat strength far greater than that of the demonic beasts. You have to know that I'm not just raising a wolf. Yi Feiying's eyes flashed in the dark night. He jumped up and left a series of explosions in the air. At the same time, all kinds of low growls of demonic beasts were heard in the forest. They slowly surrounded Xian Zhengtang and Xiao Shuai. Xian Zhengtang looked around nervously in the darkness. At the moment, there were pairs of eyes shining in the dark. He knew that he was surrounded by the demonic beasts raised by Yi Feiying. The people of the Earthly Emperor sect raised many powerful demonic beasts. There was only one main demonic beast, but the rest of the demonic beasts could not be underestimated even if they were not as strong as the red blood cyan wolf. Xian Zhangtang was in the demonic beast business. With his familiarity with demonic beasts, he could sense that there were at least 5 rank 6 demonic beasts and 10 rank 5 demonic beasts in the dark night. These demonic beasts growled fiercely in the dark night. Then, there were countless sounds of leaping into the air. The leaves in the forest rustled as the demonic beasts pounced on Xian Zhengtang. Even if Xian Zhengtang were to deal with these demonic beasts, he could not guarantee that he could kill them all without getting injured. Most importantly, the demonic beasts raised by the Earthly Emperor sect were, to some extent, several times more ferocious than wild demonic beasts. "Little Lord, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Xian Zhengtang hugged Xiao Shuai tightly. At the same time, he took out his flying sword. He did not understand why Yu Feng would bring Xiao Shuai along, but he knew that he had to protect the little lord even if he had to risk his life. However, Mu Yu said softly, "Xiao Shuai, protect Uncle Xian." "Got it." Xiao Shuai yawned in Xian Zhengtang's embrace. Xian Zhengtang was stunned. This Yu Feng wanted a child to protect him? Was he joking? However, before Xian Zhengtang could make a move, Xiao Shuai had already broken free from his embrace. The little figure flashed in the air, and a childish voice sounded from the dark night, Xiao Shuai's mysterious lightning fall. Blue electric sparks appeared out of thin air, transforming into sharp thunder swords. Then, the thunder swords quickly intertwined in the air like phantoms. By the time Xian Zhengtang came back to his senses, Xiao Shuai had already clapped his hands and was riding on Xian Zhengtang's neck again. "Done, uncle. Let's watch the show." Xiao Shuai stretched his body. Peng, peng, peng. Under Xian Zhengtang's shocked gaze, countless demonic beasts fell to the ground. There was even a smell of burnt fur in the air. It settled just like that. Xian Zhengtang was frightened by Xiao Shuai's speed. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have thought that the cute little child who liked to eat and sleep on his neck could instantly kill those demonic beasts raised by Yi Feiying. What kind of person was this little kid? However, his shock didn't last long. Xian Zhengtang suddenly felt an ice-cold killing intent enveloping him. That killing intent was like a huge mountain in the dark night, pressing down on his chest, causing him to be unable to breathe. A figure slowly walked towards him in the dark night. "Let's go back." The emotionless voice was so cold that it penetrated his bones, causing Xian Zhengtang to involuntarily shiver. However, Xiao Shuai had already left Xian Zhengtang's neck and leaped towards the owner of the voice. Go back." Xian Zhengtang recognized that this was Mu Yu's voice. Back then, when Mu Yu killed the one-eyed snake in the Xian Beast workshop, it was this cold voice. Xian Zhengtang didn't understand Mu Yu's words. He wanted to go back, but how could Yi Feiying let them go back so easily? Rumble. It was as if something was rolling under his feet. It rolled through the wet soil and rolled to Xian Zhengtang's feet. Xian Zhengtang used the light from his artifact to take a closer look. This look was fine, but it almost scared him out of his wit. Chapter 812. Yi Feiying was a genius from the Earth Emperor Gate, ranked 27th on the Supreme Immortal ranking. He was at the 5th layer of the body integration realm and had a powerful demon beast as his assistant. But now, his head was rolling at Xian Zhengtang's feet, causing his mind to go blank. A genius from the Earth Emperor Gate died just like that. Yi Feiying, who only had his head left, opened his eyes wide. His face was full of disbelief. He thought that he could easily deal with these people, but he never thought that he would be killed by Mu Yu so easily. After a while, Xian Zhengtang finally reacted. He swallowed his saliva and carefully looked at the head at his feet. After confirming that it was Yi Feiying's head, he asked with a trembling voice, "Young noble Yu Feng, you killed him?" "Yes, I think some people don't need to live." Mu Yu's voice became calm again without the coldness from earlier. Xian Zhengtang felt his throat dry. He thought that it would be a fight to the death with Yi Feiying at night and that he might even lose his life. He was prepared to fight to the death, but not only did Yi Feiying's cute little brother perform like a celestial being, young noble Yu Feng himself killed Yi Feiying in an instant. Who were these two brothers? Yi Feiying is dead, doesn't that mean? Xian Zhengtang panicked after the initial shock. Yi Feiying's identity was not to be underestimated. With his death, the Earth Emperor Gate would definitely investigate this matter. What if they were found to be involved? Don't worry. This is Yu Meng's place, it has nothing to do with us. A flaming core stone appeared in Mu Yu's hand. With a surge of spirit energy, the flaming core stone began to burn Yi Feiying's body. The supreme immortal mark on Yi Feiying's body had already been destroyed by Mu Yu, so it wouldn't stick to his body. He didn't want to leave behind any evidence. The people from Beastmaster Camp didn't expect Yi Feiying to die in this place, let alone being killed by Mu Yu so easily. Xian Zhengtang looked at the burning flames with fear in his heart. Normally, he wouldn't even dare to think about this. He wouldn't even dare to offend an ordinary disciple of the earthly imperial sect, let alone a genius like Yi Feiying. Go back. Mu Yu didn't say much. He knew that Xian Zhengtang wouldn't dare to leak this matter, so there was no need to mention it. The two of them left the area under the cover of night. The destroyed trees around them began to grow back under Mu Yu's control, returning to their original state. It was as if nothing had happened. But what Mu Yu didn't expect was that not long after he and Xian Zhengtang left, a few dark shadows stood on a bare mountain far away from the forest. They had been paying attention to everything that had just happened. A familiar aura. The leading dark shadow had a tall stature. He stood in the dark like a sharp blade, completely out of place in the night. Should we go and capture him? A dark shadow respectfully asked. The leading dark shadow didn't answer and seemed to be thinking about something. The atmosphere became very oppressive. Only the night wind was howling as if it wanted to blow away the gloomy darkness. Let's go. We'll talk after we return. After a long time, the leader of the Black Shadows spoke. Then, a dazzling flame suddenly burst out from their bodies. The raging flames burned on their bodies, and each of them soared into the sky. In the darkness, it was as if a fiery meteor had appeared, streaking across the sky and disappearing into the depths of the mountain range. Along the way, Xian Zhengtang's heart was restless. He thought about tonight's matter and the result of it. The Beastmaster camp of the earthly imperial sect was a monster that a small Xian beast workshop like him couldn't provoke. Young master, you killed him, but we still can't sell our goods. Xian Zhengtang couldn't help but say. He thought about many things along the way. Killing Yi Feiying seemed to vent his anger, but after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem to have any substantial effect. This was because the Beastmaster camp would still force those merchants to refuse to cooperate with the Xian Beast Workshop. Mu Yu carried little Shuai on his back. In the darkness, no one could see his expression, but his voice was still very calm. If Yi Feiying doesn't die, he will obstruct a lot of things. Once he dies, things will go a lot smoother. Xian Zhengtang wanted to ask more, but seeing Mu Yu's confident appearance, he finally suppressed his doubts in his heart. The current situation had exceeded Xian Zhengtang's expectations. If he wanted to save enough spirit stones to buy the Taisha Purple Heaven pill to save his wife, he could only rely on this mysterious young man beside him. But now, we should know young Master Yu Feng's background. Xian Zhengtang had always been curious about Mu Yu's identity. Tonight, young Master Yu Feng defeated Yi Feiying, who was ranked 27th in the Extreme Immortal ranking. This meant that there would be a change in the Extreme Immortal ranking tomorrow. Everyone would know who killed Yi Feiying. But thinking about the Extreme Immortal ranking, Xian Zhengtang began to worry. Would the Earthly Imperial Sect follow the vine to find the melon and take revenge on the Xian Beast Workshop? Little Shuai fell asleep in the dark night again. From time to time, he would let out a burst of cute ravings. When Mu Yu and Xian Zhengtang returned to the eastern Sand City, it was already late at night. He deliberately used a formation to disguise the two of them and secretly returned to the Xian Beast workshop. Xian Sitong and Kai Shan didn't rest. They were still anxiously waiting in the courtyard until Mu Yu suddenly appeared in the courtyard after removing the formation, which startled them. "Father, young master, you're back?" Xian Sitong asked nervously. She carefully checked her father's condition and found that nothing happened to him. And Mu Yu was also unharmed. "Ian, we're back," Xian Zhengtang replied absent-mindedly. He had too many things to worry about and was extremely nervous. But in order to not involve his daughter in this matter, he decided to keep this matter a secret. Xian Sitong anxiously asked, "Are you guys all right?" "We're fine. What can happen to us? Is your mother resting?" Xian Zhengtang asked. Xian Sitong nodded, but her eyes were still filled with worry. "Quickly go and rest." Mu Yu nodded towards Xian Sitong and carried little Shuai into the room. Xian Sitong stared at Mu Yu's door. She was still very puzzled. For the next 2 days, the Xian Beast workshop still didn't open. After the 6th rank demonic beast was processed, if it wasn't sold within 5 days, it would rot. Xian Zhengtang was anxious, but Mu Yu kept comforting him not to be anxious. Xian Zhengtang was anxious, but the shopkeeper of the beast taming abode was even more anxious than him, Yu Wenyang. "How is it? Is there still no news of young Master Yi?" Yu Wenyang asked the shop assistant. Replying to the shopkeeper, "There is no news." The shop assistant replied, "2 nights ago, Yi Feiying went alone to kill Xian Zhengtang and Mu Yu of the Xian Beast workshop. But the next day, his spies reported that Xian Zhengtang and Mu Yu had returned safe and sound, but Yi Feiying had mysteriously disappeared." Yu Wenyang began to feel uneasy. He knew Yi Feiying's cultivation. With the cultivation of the 5th layer of the unification stage, he could do whatever he wanted in the entire cultivation world. Moreover, with the secret technique of the Earth Emperor sect and the demonic beasts, he was basically invincible in the same realm. But Xian Zhengtang and Mu Yu had returned safe and sound, but Yi Feiying had disappeared. What happened? Yu Wenyang's first reaction was, did something happen to Yi Feiying? He immediately ordered his subordinates to buy the latest version of the Extreme Immortal ranking list. If Yi Feiying died, then the Extreme Immortal ranking list would change. The Extreme Immortals on the Extreme Immortal ranking list had always been replaced. There was only one possibility for one to be removed from the Extreme Immortal ranking list, and that was to be killed by one of the Extreme Immortals. However, Yi Feiying's ranking on the Extreme Immortal ranking list remained at the 27th place. This at least allowed Yu Wenyang to confirm one thing: Yi Feiying was still alive. "It seems that I worried too much. It's not very likely. How could Xian Zhengtang have the strength to defeat young Master Yi? As for that young man..." Yu Wenyang had always wanted to find out the identity of the young man beside Xian Zhengtang. Unfortunately, the young man's background was unknown. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air in East Sand City. His identity and background were too difficult to investigate. In the past, Yu Wenyang had sensed that the young man's aura was only at the out-of-body stage. Perhaps young Master Yi was delayed by something at the last minute. Yu Wenyang stretched out his finger and swiped across the Extreme Immortal ranking list that his subordinate had bought. The information on the Extreme Immortal ranking list was getting more and more complete. He also had another Extreme Immortal ranking list in his hand. It was from yesterday, so he could compare it. The Supreme Immortal leaderboard would change every day. In the past year or so, the last 50 spots on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard had been changing very frequently. Influential figures in the cultivation world like them had to check on the changes on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard every day because the changes on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard contained great business opportunities for merchants. If the Extreme Immortal ranking list did not change and Yi Feiying's whereabouts were not found, Yu Wenyang would not think of the worst-case scenario. After all, it was said that Yi Feiying had been wandering around the cultivation world recently to train himself. This time, he had only appeared in East Sand City by coincidence. Yu Wenyang would never have guessed that the Extreme Immortal Ranking List's mark was useless to Mu Yu. After killing a Extreme Immortal, he would not let the Extreme Immortal Ranking List's mark remain on his body, nor would he let the Extreme Immortal Ranking List's mark return to the Extreme Immortal Monument. "Manager, 100 Herb Hall's Master Zheng is here to visit," said a waiter hurriedly as he walked in. "Master Zheng?" Yu Wenyang's expression changed slightly. He had not received any news about Yi Feiying in the past 2 days, so he focused on finding Yi Feiying's whereabouts. He did not act on his own accord to find trouble with the Mystic Beast Workshop. This was because if Yi Feiying had already obtained a rank 7 demon spirit, then it would be unnecessary for him to go there. Originally, Yi Feiying and Yu Wenyang wanted to use this opportunity to curry favor with the rank 7 alchemist master. However, the deadline for the rank 7 demon spirit that they had promised Master Zheng had arrived. Yi Feiying had not returned yet, and Yu Wenyang did not have a rank 7 demon spirit with him. This was troublesome. Chapter 8:13. Inside the warm and comfortable loft, Zheng Xiuming and Yu Wenyang exchanged some pleasantries before sitting down. The servants had already served tea and placed it on the table. Zheng Xiuming went straight to the point. "Shopkeeper Yu, I'm sure you already know the purpose of my visit today. I wonder if your beast taming camp has already found a rank 7 demon spirit and a rank 7 demon beast." Yu Wenyang hurriedly smiled and said, "Master Zheng, you also know that rank 7 demonic beasts are very rare and extremely difficult to hunt. We have a little accident here. Can you give us 2 more days? We will definitely be able to prepare everything." Yu Wenyang still wanted to fight for time. He had already decided that if Yi Feiying still hadn't returned by today, he would personally make a trip to the Profound Beast Workshop to find the people there and see if Shen Zhengtang had already sold the rank 7 demon spirit. If he hadn't sold it, that would be the best. He could threaten and bribe, or even kill them to get the rank 7 demon beast. If he had already sold it, then he would have to take the risk and go to the depths of the demon beast forest to find a way to capture a rank 7 demon beast. Zheng Xiuming frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with Yu Wenyang's performance. He shook his head and said, "Shopkeeper Yu, I can afford to wait. However, you have to understand that the one who wants the rank 7 demon spirit is my senior master Yarrow, not me. He can't wait." Yu Wenyang thought about Yarrow Wuji, who was about to become a rank 7 alchemist, and felt a burst of nervousness in his heart. This was originally a great opportunity to curry favor with a rank 7 alchemist. If he missed this opportunity, not only would the 100 Herb Hall question his efficiency, even the sect leader of the Earth Imperial sect would blame Yu Wenyang. Yu Wenyang was, after all, an experienced person. He thought of an excuse to delay. "Master Zheng, I won't hide it from you. Actually, our beast taming camp's demon hunters have already killed a rank 7 demon beast. However, they are still on the way to the Eastern Sand City. At the latest, we will be able to personally deliver the rank 7 demon spirit to the 100 Herb Hall by tomorrow. Can you give us 1 more night?" Yu Wenyang had already staked everything. Regardless of whether Yi Feiying obtained the rank 7 demon spirit from Shen Zhengtang or not, Yu Wenyang had to go to the Profound Beast Workshop to confirm it. He gave Yi Feiying 1 more night in hopes that he would be able to rush back. "Shopkeeper Yu, since we're old acquaintances, I won't say anything unpleasant. To be honest, our 100 Herb Hall is looking for class 7 demon spirits everywhere. We're not just asking you guys, we're also asking around in all the large and small shops in Eastern Sand City. I've heard that the Profound Beast Workshop has a rank 7 demon spirit. Since I can't do business here, then I'll head over to the Profound Beast Workshop to take a look." Zheng Xiuming stood up and prepared to leave. Yu Wenyang became anxious. This great opportunity must not be obtained by the Profound Beast Workshop. If the Profound Beast Workshop helped the Alchemy Grandmaster to collect a rank 7 demon spirit, not only would the beast taming camp's reputation be ruined, they would also be ridiculed by others. Most importantly, if the Profound Beast Workshop used this opportunity to curry favor with the Alchemy Grandmaster, then the beast taming camp could no longer brazenly make things difficult for the Profound Beast Workshop. "Master Zheng, you've misunderstood. Actually, the information you received should be from those demon hunters. Back then, Xian Zhengtang of the Profound Beast Workshop did indeed take out a similar Class 7 demon spirit. However, after our confirmation, that Class 7 demon spirit was a Class 6 demon spirit and not a genuine Class 7 demon spirit. This is also the reason why our beast taming camp didn't purchase that Class 7 demon spirit. Otherwise, think about it, with our financial resources, why didn't we purchase that demon spirit back then? Yu Wenyang immediately fabricated a false fact and slandered Xian Zhengtang in order to turn the situation around. He had to do this. Currying favor with the alchemy grandmaster of the Danding sect was very important to them. As for the small Profound Beast Workshop slander, so what? What Yu Wenyang didn't know was that the people of the Profound Beast Workshop might not be able to do anything, but the Profound Beast Workshop was hiding an extremely dangerous person. Zheng Xiuming thoughtfully nodded his head, so that's how it is. However, I'm not sure if what you said is true or not. After all, a Class 7 demon spirit is of great importance. I think I should go to the Profound Beast Workshop to confirm it personally. Yu Wenyang couldn't convince Zheng Xiuming right now. He couldn't give this great opportunity to the Profound Beast Workshop because as long as Zheng Xiuming went to the Profound Beast Workshop to confirm it himself, if Yi Feiying hadn't obtained the Class 7 demon spirit from Xian Zhengtang, then the Profound Beast Workshop would take this opportunity to establish a relationship with the 100 Herb Hall and make a comeback. He immediately knocked on the table lightly, and a shop assistant immediately walked in. The shop assistant said respectfully, "Shopkeeper, a group of demonic beast hunters have already captured a 7th level demonic beast alive. However, they ran into an accident outside the Eastern Sand City. They've come back to request that shopkeeper personally go and receive them." Yu Wenyang immediately said, "Master Zheng, look. Isn't the Class 7 demon spirit here? We don't have to wait until tomorrow." This time, in order to ensure that the Class 7 demon spirit's spiritual energy doesn't leak and allow the alchemy grandmaster to refine better elixirs, I specially instructed those demon hunters to capture it alive. However, there's a problem now. Master Zheng, please wait here for a while. I'll be right back. How about it? This stalling tactic was a hint that Yu Wenyang had instructed the waiter to wait outside when Zheng Xiuming came in. If Zheng Xiuming wasn't willing to wait for a night, then he would have to take action immediately. As for the captured demon beast that wasn't alive, he could use the excuse that it was killed to subdue it. Since he wanted to use the Class 7 demon spirit to refine elixirs, then the life and death of the demon beast wasn't that important. Yu Wenyang knew that Zheng Xiuming wouldn't care about this. Zheng Xiuming revealed a faint smile, as if he was ridiculing him. However, he quickly covered it up and nodded, since it's a living Class 7 demon beast, then it's naturally even better. There's no harm in me waiting here for a while. Yu Wenyang was overjoyed. He immediately stood up and scolded the waiter, "All of you, properly receive Master Zheng. I'll be right back. If we neglect Master Zheng, then I'll hold you responsible." "Yes." The waiter quickly promised. After Yu Wenyang bid farewell to Zheng Xiuming, he immediately left the beast-taming abode by himself and rushed towards the Profound Beast Workshop. He had already decided that no matter if he used coercion or force, if the people of the Profound Beast Workshop weren't willing to cooperate, then he would kill everyone in the Profound Beast Workshop. Currently, the Profound Beast Workshop was in a gloomy mood. If they couldn't sell the demon beasts, then they wouldn't be able to earn spiritual stones. No one was in the mood to joke around. "Father, why have you been staring at the Supreme Immortal ranking list recently?" Xian Sitong walked out of her mother's room and saw Xian Zhengtang secretly looking at the Supreme Immortal ranking list with a puzzled expression. She found it strange. For the past 2 days, her father had been asking Kai Shan to secretly buy a Supreme Immortal ranking list, as if he wanted to confirm something. Xian Zhengtang's brows were tightly knitted. When he saw his daughter walking over, he quickly put away the Supreme Immortal ranking list and forced out a smile. "Nothing. Father just wants to see if there's any dark horse on the Supreme Immortal ranking list recently. Father, since young Master Yufeng isn't around, you don't have to hide it from me. You must be wondering what his real name is, right?" After Xian Sitong finished speaking, she continued to sigh, That young master's real name is definitely not Yufeng. With his cultivation, there's no need to guess. He must be a member of the Supreme Immortal ranking list. However, I've already checked the Supreme Immortal ranking list, and there's no such person as Yufeng on it. Xian Zhengtang shook his head slightly. His daughter still didn't know that young master had killed Yi Feiying from the Earth Emperor sect, but he was very clear about it. He still couldn't forget what happened that night. In less than half an hour, that young master had actually killed Yi Feiying, who was ranked 27th on the Supreme Immortal ranking list. That was a genius from the Earth Emperor sect. His cultivation was extremely high. Even though he was over 30 years old, he was still considered an outstanding talent of the younger generation. However, he couldn't even last half an hour against Mu Yu. It would be strange if Xian Zhengtang didn't have any doubts in his heart. However, what made him feel strange was that after Yi Feiying was killed, his name should have been removed from the Supreme Immortal ranking list. However, Yi Feiying was still on the Supreme Immortal ranking list. Just what was going on? There were only two situations in the Supreme Immortal ranking list. When a higher-ranked Supreme Immortal was defeated by a lower-ranked challenger, the two rankings would swap. If the lower-ranked challenger didn't win and neither side died, then the Supreme Immortal ranking list wouldn't change. However, if either side died, they would be removed from the Supreme Immortal ranking list. If that young master's ranking was originally higher than Yi Feiying's, then it would be normal if he didn't replace Yi Feiying's ranking after killing him. However, Yi Feiying should have been removed from the Supreme Immortal ranking list. Why was his name still on the Supreme Immortal ranking list? Could there be a problem with the Supreme Immortal ranking list? Xian Zhengtang couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. At the same time, he understood that he had indeed unintentionally met a true hidden genius. That's right. Father, is young Master Yufeng still not back yet? Xian Sitong asked. Not yet. He asked us to wait at home. He said that there should be a turn for the better today. However, there's still no sign of him. Xian Zhengtang was also helpless about this. A turn for the better? I don't think so. At this moment, a sneer suddenly sounded in the courtyard. Following that, a domineering aura instantly covered the entire profound beast workshop. This aura belonged to a body integration stage cultivator. When it landed on Xian Zhengtang and the others, they felt an incomparably huge pressure. A phantom flashed by accompanied by a tiger's roar. It was as if a ferocious tiger had left the mountain. Following that, Yu Wenyang's figure appeared in the center of the courtyard. He looked coldly at Xian Zhengtang. Shopkeeper Yu, what are you doing here? Xian Zhengtang was shocked. He quickly stood up and stared at Yu Wenyang vigilantly. A trace of undetectable panic flashed through his eyes. With regards to Yu Wenyang's sudden visit, Xian Zhengtang's first reaction was that Yi Feiying's death had already been discovered. His forehead was also covered in cold sweat. Xian Zhengtang, I'm here today to give you a chance. Hand over the rank 7 demon spirit, or I'll kill you and search for the rank 7 demon spirit myself. Yu Wenyang went straight to the point. He wasn't here for Yi Feiying's matter. Right now, Zheng Xiuming was still waiting for him in the beast-taming abode. He had to quickly obtain the rank 7 demon spirit and hand it over to Zheng Xiuming. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets if he missed the opportunity to befriend a good alchemist. Xian Zhengtang and Xian Sitong both took a step back. Xian Zhengtang wiped the sweat off his forehead. Yu Wenyang was a body integration stage cultivator. He couldn't possibly deal with him. However, young Master Feng Yu had already left. This was bad. Yu Wenyang, as the shopkeeper of the beast-taming abode, you came here to steal from us. Aren't you afraid that others will gossip if this gets out? Xian Zhengtang said in a threatening manner. Gossip? Me? Who dares to gossip about the matters of our earthly imperial sect? Yu Wenyang coldly snorted. He remembered that Zheng Xiuming was still waiting there, so he didn't want to waste any more time. Forget it, I'll just kill you guys. Yu Wenyang's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. It wasn't that the beast-taming abode hadn't killed and robbed before. However, for the sake of their reputation, They didn't dare to go too far. If it wasn't to curry favor with the alchemist, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to do this in broad daylight. This was because there were still cultivators flying around in the eastern Sand City, which could easily be seen. Xian Zhengtang's face changed. He immediately pulled his daughter behind him and said in a low voice, "Sitong, quickly bring your mother and Kaishan away from here. I'll hold him back." Xian Zhengtang clenched his teeth. He was only at the first layer of the spirit-severing stage. It was impossible for him to stop Yu Wenyang, who was at the body integration stage. However, even if he couldn't win, he had to protect his wife and disciple. With just Yu Wenyang coldly snorted and grabbed at Xian Zhengtang's throat with killing intent. With his cultivation, killing Xian Zhengtang was more than enough. Xian Zhengtang's heart had already sunk to the bottom. However, a hand suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed Yu Wenyang's wrist. "Shopkeeper Yu, I thought you would be a bit more patient. How could you?" Yu Wenyang was shocked. With his body integration stage cultivation, he was actually grabbed by this young man before him and he couldn't break free. How was this possible? How could the other party have this kind of strength? Could it be another dark horse that came out of a small sect? Many thoughts flashed through Yu Wenyang's mind. In the past 2 years, there were countless dark horses that appeared in small sects and clans. It was normal that he didn't recognize them. However, he had a deep impression of this young man from the profound beast workshop because there weren't many people who dared to cause trouble at the beast taming abode. Sure enough, the other party was hiding his strength. "Who the hell are you?" Yu Wenyang shouted. "You don't need to know." Mu Yu indifferently looked at Yu Wenyang. The hand that he used to grab Yu Wenyang emitted ripples of formation runes. They were like silk threads that wrapped around Yu Wenyang's arm. Then, Yu Wenyang's eyes became lax. "Young master," Xian Zhengtang let out a sigh of relief. When Mu Yu appeared, he knew that Yu Wenyang wouldn't be able to kill them today because even Yi Feiying wasn't a match for Mu Yu. Yu Wenyang wouldn't be able to defeat Mu Yu. Mu Yu let go of his hand and said, "Uncle Xian, it's fine now. Fellow Daoist Yu Feng, I was rude. Please don't take offense. Shopkeeper Xian, I've frightened you." Yu Wenyang suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person as he smiled and bowed towards Xian Zhengtang. "Ah!" Chapter 8:14. Yu Wenyang's sudden change made Xian Zhengtang and Xian Sitong unable to react. Especially Yu Wenyang, who was at the body integration stage, actually bowed to Xian Zhengtang. This was something that Xian Zhengtang never expected. That was the shopkeeper of the beast taming camp. A body integration stage expert from the Earth Emperor sect actually bowed to a mere shopkeeper of the profound beast workshop. "Young master, he..." Xian Zhengtang looked at Yu Wenyang in bewilderment. "It's nothing. Shopkeeper, you was just joking, right?" Mu Yu lightly smiled. "Yes, I was just joking with shopkeeper Xian. I came here today for a few things." Yu Wenyang's smile looked very sincere, completely different from the fiendish look from before. "Young master, he came here to steal a rank 7 demon spirit," Xian Sitong quickly reminded. Yu Wenyang waved his hand and smiled. "Miss, you're joking. I came here today to apologize to the profound beast workshop. A few days ago, our beast taming camp went overboard. We shouldn't have let other merchants deliberately make things difficult for the profound beast workshop." "Ah!" Xian Zhengtang thought that there was something wrong with his ears. Was this really the words of the beast taming camp's shopkeeper Yu Wenyang? One must know that Yu Wenyang was a body integration stage expert from the Earth Emperor sect. His status wasn't something that the Xian Zhengtang of the profound beast workshop could compare to. He was an influential figure in Eastern Sand City. Although he wasn't comparable to a genius like Yi Feiying, it was enough to make many cultivators revere him. However, such an influential person in Eastern Sand City was actually apologizing to him. Xian Zhengtang found it hard to believe. "Shopkeeper Xian, don't worry. In the future, the demonic beasts that your Xian Beast Workshop buys can be sold at our beast taming abode. Our Xian Beast Workshop will buy your demonic beasts at half the market price. What do you think?" Yu Wenyang smiled. Half the market price? Is this for real? Xian Zhengtang thought that Yu Wenyang was joking. He had been in the demon beast business for many years, so he was very familiar with the demon beast market. Selling a beast at half the market price to Beastmaster Camp was much more profitable than selling it themselves. That's right. I heard that a few days ago, you've already dealt with 2 Tier 6 Yarrow beasts. However, due to our mistake, we weren't able to sell them. Today, I came here specifically to apologize. Here are 2 million spirit stones. Consider it as buying your 2 Tier 6 Yarrow beasts. After saying that, Yu Wenyang pulled out a jade pendant worth 1 million spirit stones and handed it to Xian Zhengtang. Xian Zhengtang hesitantly took the jade pendant. After confirming the authenticity of the jade pendant, his face revealed ecstasy. Because he knew that even if he sold the 2 sixth-order demonic beasts, he wouldn't be able to sell them for 2 million. This was simply a pie falling from the sky. Shopkeeper Yu, are you serious? Xian Zhengtang still felt a bit guilty because Yi Feiying of the Earthly Emperor Gate had died. Strictly speaking, he couldn't get away from this matter. He knew the inside story and was worried that Yu Wenyang of the Beastmaster Camp would come for revenge. However, after Yu Wenyang came, he suddenly apologized to him and even revealed a very flattering smile. This was truly too unimaginable. The contrast between Yu Wenyang before and after was too obvious, causing others to be unable to comprehend it. It's true. Shopkeeper Yu and I have already reached an agreement. In the future, he will cooperate with your Shen Beast workshop and buy your demonic beasts at a high price. You don't have to worry about anything. Mu Yu said. Yes, young noble Yu Feng is correct. I didn't bring any more spirit stones today. Shopkeeper Xian can bring the remaining Tier 6 and Tier 7 demonic beasts to our Beastmaster Camp. I will immediately arrange for people to complete this transaction. Then, I will take my leave first. Yu Wenyang didn't stay any longer and directly left the Xian Beast workshop, leaving behind the father and daughter pair in a mess in the wind. Young noble, is this true? Xian Zhengtang couldn't help but ask. He knew that Yu Wenyang's abnormal actions were definitely related to this young noble he met by chance. In his heart, he was truly shocked. This young noble's methods were truly amazing. It's true. You can bring the Tier 6 demonic beasts to the Beastmaster Camp. Don't worry, they won't make things difficult for you. Mu Yu nodded his head. But Xian Zhengtang still didn't understand. If you are still wasting time now, then your wife will have to suffer even more. Right now, the most important thing is to gather that 5 million, isn't it? Mu Yu said. Xian Zhengtang remembered his current predicament of lacking money. In the end, he only half believed and half doubtfully ran to pack up the remaining Tier 6 and Tier 7 demonic beasts. Then, he hurriedly left the Shen Beast workshop and ran towards the Beastmaster Camp. Controlling Yu Wenyang was the best way to solve the profound Beast Workshop's current predicament. Therefore, Mu Yu did not plan to kill Yu Wenyang. Instead, he got Zhang Xiuming to urge Yu Wenyang to come here in desperation and directly control him. Killing Yi Feiying was because Yi Feiying's cultivation was at the 5th firmament of body fusion. When Mu Yu didn't borrow the power of slaughter, he was only at the 3rd firmament of body fusion. Mu Yu didn't dare to guarantee that Yi Feiying wouldn't be able to break free from the control of the divine soul formation. Xian Sitong pursed her lips. She knew that Yu Wenyang's sudden change in temperament today was definitely because of Mu Yu. However, she didn't know what method Mu Yu used to accomplish this. Young noble, thank you. In the end, Xian Sitong didn't ask. Although the young noble Yufeng she knew was filled with a sense of mystery from head to toe, since the other party didn't have any intention of revealing his identity, she still chose not to ask. Ian, it's nothing. Mu Yu knew that after helping Xian Zhengtang and his daughter, he would have to go to the mountain range where the human roamed. Therefore, he had to quickly solve this matter. Not long after, Xian Zhengtang came back with a face full of joy. He excitedly said, Young noble, I have sold all of the high-level demon beasts to the beast-taming pavilion. According to the market price, These demon beasts were originally worth 15 million spirit stones, but the beast taming pavilion bought them at half of the market price. This means that we sold them for 22.5 million spirit stones. According to Xian Zhengtang's original plan, he would buy these demon beasts for 15 million spirit stones. After processing them, he would sell them through various channels. At most, he could sell them for 20 million spirit stones. However, this time, he sold them at half of the market price to the beast taming pavilion for 22.5 million spirit stones. He didn't have to go through the complicated process of processing the demon beasts, so he earned 2.5 million spirit stones more than the original plan. This was a very profitable business deal. Xian Zhengtang took the initiative to show the bill to Mu Yu. He also handed over a jade pendant with a huge amount of spirit stones to Mu Yu and continued, "Young noble, here is 22 million spirit stones. We have already agreed that I will only take 500,000 spirit stones." Despite the high price, Xian Zhengtang didn't dare to be greedy because he knew that he didn't play any role in this matter. He was already very satisfied with 500,000 spirit stones. Mu Yu put away the huge amount of spirit stones and said, "Thank you for your hard work." It wasn't that he didn't want to give the spirit stones to Xian Zhengtang. However, given Xian Zhengtang's personality, he would hand over half of the spirit stones to his sect. At that time, the first elder of that vampire sect would take them all away. "Uncle Xian, how many spirit stones do you have now?" Mu Yu pondered for a moment before asking. Xian Zhengtang replied, "Young noble, I have already gathered 3,900,000 spirit stones." Although he was still short of 1 million spirit stones, the haze on his face for the past few days had already been swept away. He believed that as long as he put in a bit more effort, he would be able to gather the remaining 1 million spirit stones. "How about this? I will lend you 2 million spirit stones. You can go to the 100 Herb Hall to book the Taisha Purple Heaven Pill. I have already inquired. The Taisha Purple Heaven Pill will take 10 days to arrive. You need to book it in advance." Mu Yu said. "Really? That's great. Young noble, I was just about to shamelessly ask you about borrowing money. I didn't expect you to speak first. Rest assured, young noble, I will definitely do my best to return the money to you." Xian Zhengtang didn't refuse. He was already heavily in debt when it came to saving his wife, but he didn't run away from anything. Right now, he urgently needed money to save someone. He would definitely think of a way to return what he owed this young noble. Xian Zhengtang hurriedly took Mu Yu's 2 million spirit stones and left the profound beast workshop again, heading towards the 100 Herb Hall. Mu Yu tossed the spirit stone jade pendant in his hand. These jade pendants were all 1 million, 2 million, and 5 million spirit stones. He handed the 5 million spirit stone jade pendant to Shen Sitong and said, "I will leave this money with you. Use it in an emergency. You don't need to let your father know." Shen Sitong didn't accept it. Instead, she shook her head and said, "I can't accept it. Young noble, I am already very grateful for your help. As for this money, we don't want to accept it. My father has taught us to be principled since we were young." Mu Yu smiled and said, "We are in a relationship of helping each other. You brought me to this city. This is the service fee I pay you. It doesn't matter how much it is. What's important is," Mu Yu paused and continued, "what's important is that I feel that an upright person is worthy of this price as a reward." His master saved the entire cultivation world, but Mu Yu always felt that not everyone in the cultivation world was worthy of being saved. Therefore, he wanted to find a reason that was worthy of him standing on the side of the cultivation world. The power of slaughter filled Mu Yu's heart with ruthlessness. Many times, he was deeply immersed in it. Although he retained his consciousness, he still wanted to destroy and kill. Helping Xian Zhengtang's family would let Mu Yu have a ruler in his heart. When the desire to slaughter ran rampant in his heart, he would know that there were people like Xian Zhengtang in the cultivation world that couldn't be killed. Little Shuai said indifferently, "Actually, the more important thing is that we are rich and willful. We treat money like dirt. Don't talk nonsense." Mu Yu knocked Little Shuai's head. Spirit stones were equivalent to food to Little Shuai. To Little Shuai, if the spirit stones had a taste, he would directly bite them. Usually, they didn't lack money and didn't really need it. However, they hadn't reached the point where they treated money like dirt. Many times, when they had enough money, they regretted not having enough, just like this time. Xian Sitong looked at Mu Yu gratefully and said excitedly, "Young master, thank you. I will immediately tell this news to my mother." Mu Yu looked at Xian Sitong's back and fell into deep thought. But at this moment, Kai Shan slowly walked over and asked cautiously, "Young master, do you like my senior sister?" "What?" Faced with this brainless question, Mu Yu felt a little funny. He shook his head. "No, I have a girl I like." Kai Shan said eagerly, "But my senior sister likes you very much." Mu Yu looked at Kai Shan curiously and then asked, "Your senior sister likes me. Why do you look more anxious than her?" I. Kai Shan was speechless for a moment and his face flushed red. Mu Yu looked at Kai Shan's serious expression and suddenly understood, "You like your senior sister, right?" "I don't." Kai Shan retorted in a low voice, "I just don't want senior sister to. Kai Shan then gathered his courage and said, "Young master, I know I can't compare to you. I also hope that senior sister can find someone more powerful than me to protect her. But your attitude towards her is always neither cold nor warm. I always worry about her, worried that in the end, it will be her wishful thinking." Mu Yu seemed to have thought of something. He smiled and shook his head. "You are wrong. Sitong doesn't like me. But she, eyes. Whether you like someone or not, you can tell from the eyes." Mu Yu smiled. "Eyes?" Kai Shan didn't understand. Mu Yu looked up at the sky. There seemed to be a touch of red in the sky, slowly turning into two figures and disappearing in the blink of an eye. He continued, "Whether you like someone or not, you can tell from the eyes. I am not a saint of love, but I know the eyes of someone who likes someone." Qiao Shui and Tian Ran, the way they looked at Mu Yu always made Mu Yu very happy. It was a kind of indescribable tenderness, natural and pleasant, without any flaws, as if everything was happening naturally. The way Sitong looked at me was filled with gratitude, reverence, and curiosity. She kept sneaking glances at me, wanting to know who I am. That kind of gaze is not love. Mu Yu continued. A few grey figures seemed to pass by in the sky. They were extremely fast and disappeared into the horizon in a flash. Kai Shan's face gradually revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Then senior sister, the way she looked at you is." Mu Yu stared at the sky. At this moment, a few white figures passed by in the sky again. There were also some yellow figures. It was very strange. "Young master, is what you said true?" Kai Shan asked excitedly. A few more figures passed by in the sky. Mu Yu frowned. He felt that there was something wrong with those figures. They were similar to the red figures from before. They were a little strange. Those weren't the figures of cultivators. Mu Yu suddenly had an indescribable feeling of unease in his heart. It was as if some kind of familiar aura was approaching. "Kai Shan, go on the street and inquire about the situation," Mu Yu said. "Young master, what happened?" Kai Shan came back to his senses and quickly asked. However, at this moment, "Wang, Wang, Wang," a sharp and long cry came from an unknown place. It clearly reverberated in the surroundings. This sound was urgent and distant, causing ripples in one's heart. Not good. Chapter 8:15. What's going on? What's that sound? Mu Yu asked. Kai Shan said anxiously, "That's the sound of Eastern Sand City's emergency preparation. It was the same sound when Yuman invaded." "How do you know?" Mu Yu asked. "Because the last time Yuman attacked, Eastern Sand City also let out this sound." Xian Sitong rushed out of her mother's room and said quickly. Mu Yu didn't know about this. Although Yuman had also attacked Lanshi City when he was in Lanshi City, he didn't hear this sound. At that time, Lanshi City's city protection array had been destroyed, so it didn't sound the alarm. Since Eastern Sand City could still sound the alarm, it clearly proved that the array was intact. Kai Shan said anxiously, "Senior sister, young master, we have to go help." "Help? Do we have to help too?" Little Shuai asked curiously. "That's right. Once the human devils invade, all cultivators above the nascent soul stage must be ready to go. They must listen to the orders of the city lord or the 8 gates and resist the human devils," Xian Sitong explained. Mu Yu nodded. He did know this when he was in Lanshi City. At that time, there was no city protection array, which allowed human to barge in and wreak havoc. Then, what was the situation now that Eastern Sand City had a city protection array? At this time, countless cultivators were flying in the sky above Eastern Sand City. They seemed to be rushing towards the city gate. These cultivators were all above the nascent soul stage. Every single one of them seemed to be in a hurry. "Let's go. Let's go out and take a look." As Mu Yu spoke, he flew out of the courtyard with Little Shuai and arrived in the sky above Eastern Sand City. They mingled with the cultivators coming and going. In the alleys on the ground, in the courtyards, on the streets, there were cultivators flying in a hurry. The entire Eastern Sand City seemed to have fallen into chaos. "Sitong, Kai Shan, the 2 of you be careful." Mu Yu waved his hand and swept the 2 of them up. He quickly shuttled through the chaotic cultivators and quickly arrived at the city gate. All cultivators above the nascent soul stage gather at the east gate. Prepare to meet the enemy. At this moment, a majestic and sonorous voice spread in all directions, pointing out a direction to the chaotic cultivators in the sky. Eastern Sand City was a city that occupied an extremely large area. It had a total of 4 city gates. However, there was one main city gate, which was also the largest city gate. It was located on the east side. At this moment, when the chaotic crowd heard this majestic voice, they did not hesitate and rushed to the east gate. Mu Yu also brought Xian Sitong and the others to Eastern Sand City. At this time, the city gate was already surrounded by countless self-cultivators. The densely packed self-cultivators stood in different positions in the air. Their faces were somewhat flustered as they quickly swept their gazes across the sky. Mu Yu was not very familiar with the human war. Although humans' attack on Mist Breath City had left a deep impression on him, at that time, Mu Yu was only in the small Jindan period. Now, he was already at the body integration stage and had terrifying killing power. Human was not that terrifying in his eyes. What he wanted to know was how the human race would deal with humans' attack when the city's defense array was still intact. At this moment, the sky above Eastern Sand City suddenly trembled violently and let out an earth-shattering sound. Following that, a huge fireball shot out from nowhere like a meteor shower and smashed heavily into Eastern Sand City. The fireball was like a heavenly fire descending to the world and was about to destroy the entire world. It brought with it an incomparably terrifying and deafening roar, causing all the self-cultivators to be horrified. Human's attack was too terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The runes above Eastern Sand City instantly appeared and formed a transparent barrier that gently rippled and blocked all the fireballs. Layers of ripples appeared on the runes. The powerful fireballs seemed unstoppable, but they were still swallowed up by the runes and disappeared without a trace. The powerful city's defense array actually blocked Human's attack. The self-cultivators' expressions calmed down slightly. The fact that the city's defense array was able to block human was something worth celebrating for them. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, countless sharp sounds of air being torn apart suddenly came from outside the city defense array. Humanoid flames left behind after images in the air, floating in the air and appearing outside the array in a dense crowd. Human. These human had the shape of a human, but their bodies were covered in steaming flames. The flames were of different colors, with most of them being bright red, dark red, and gold. However, there were also a few that were bluish-brown in color and some that were strangely green in color. The flames seemed to have ignited the sky above Eastern Sand City, turning the clouds into a blood-red color. The airflow above Eastern Sand City seemed to have been distorted by the flames. Even with the city's defense array, all the self-cultivators felt an indescribable heat coming from the sky. It was as if even the spiritual energy in their bodies could not withstand this overwhelming heat wave. Why did human suddenly attack us today? In the past, they would only occasionally appear outside the city and never come to our city. What happened? Kai Shan asked in horror. No matter what happened, human is unforgivable. Xian Sitong's face was filled with rage. It was these densely packed human in the sky that had caused her mother to be tormented by heavenly fire for more than a month, causing her to be in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Right, where's Master? I don't know where Master is right now. Kai Shan looked around anxiously, trying to find any trace of his master, Xian Zhangtang. However, there were countless self-cultivators all around, blocking his line of sight. He went to 100 Herb Hall and should be here by now. He'll be fine, don't worry, Mu Yu said in a low voice. His attention was still focused on human, who had suddenly attacked from the sky. There were countless doubts in his heart. Old Tree Leader had once said that if there weren't 5 spirit lords Yumeng, then the Yumeng demon clan wouldn't rashly attack the human race. So why were there so many Yumeng appearing in Eastern Sand City today? Could it be? Little Shuai tugged on Mu Yu's hand and whispered, Big brother, do you think it's Luo Shong? Let's wait and see. Mu Yu did not make too many guesses. It was impossible for human to attack for no reason. There had to be someone behind this. However, Mu Yu was unwilling to believe that this person was Luo Shong. The city-protecting array was very sturdy. From time to time, fireballs would appear in human's hands and smash onto the array. However, the array patterns blocked all the flames. Even so, these fire human had no intention of stopping. They continued to attack tirelessly. However, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd. Many self-cultivators cried out in surprise. It's not just fire human. There's also earth human. There's also gold human. Heavens! How can this be? Is our Eastern Sand City surrounded by 3 human? The sharp-eyed self-cultivators pointed at the human in the sky and cried out. Suddenly, earth human and gold human flew over from outside the array. These 2 types of human were completely different from humans, but their numbers were no less than fire humans. 3 types of human had actually appeared in the sky above Eastern Sand City. The earth human demons were of all shapes and sizes, but they were not uniform. Some of them seemed to be made of granite, some of them were made of blue steel, some of them were made of red clay, and some of them were made of sand. However, no matter what type of earth human they were, their bodies were very sturdy. They looked like they were impenetrable, and their bodies seemed to be filled with boundless strength. Even their fists were exceptionally huge. Gravel and sand floated around their bodies, circling around their huge fists. These earth human were also banging their fists against each other, creating an incomparably heavy and loud boom. They were eyeing the self-cultivators below Eastern Sand City covetously. Their tough skin made it seem as if no one had the desire to fight them. It was as if no one could hurt them at all. The bodies of the gold human at the side were also different. There were many types of metal. Most of them were white, like blades. Some of them were even made of gold. There were even some gold human that looked like a ball of white viscous water. It was the rarely seen mercury in the cultivation world. Every gold human looked extremely thin and angular. Their entire bodies shone with a cold light. Even their fingers seemed to be as sharp as swords. Every movement they made seemed to be cutting through the void around them. They were like sharp swords waiting to be unleashed. They were also like spears that could pierce through the sky. They were unstoppable. Many self-cultivators were scared out of their wits when they saw the gold human. They didn't even have the confidence to fight them. This was because every gold human seemed to have the power to charge forward bravely. Their aura alone was enough to suppress everything. 3 types of human. I didn't expect 3 types of human to appear. What about the remaining water human and wood human? Are they here as well? The self-cultivators around began to discuss animatedly. They all looked up into the sky, trying to find the figures of the water human and wood human. This was also the first time Mu Yu had seen so many forms of the 3 types of human. This was because the forms of the human he had seen before were very monotonous. For example, the fire human he had seen outside Mist Breath City was red. As for the earth human he had seen in the second heaven, it was only made of gravel. As for the gold human he had seen before, it was rarely seen. However, Muyu quickly recalled that the human had been trapped in the Moyun mountain range by his master's powerful means. Their spiritual energy had been wiped out. When Muyu had seen them, they had been in a weakened state. Now that the human had all kinds of strange forms, it meant that the human had completely recovered. This was also the reason why they dared to appear in East Sand City and besiege it. Chapter 8:16. The appearance of the three types of human caused the cultivators of Dongsho City to panic. They didn't know what to do for a while. Heavens! There are so many human, how are we going to stop them? An out-of-body stage cultivator said anxiously. Yeah. We don't know how to defeat the human. We don't know how long this defensive formation can last. Another severed soul stage cultivator shook his head. We don't know if there's a way out of Dongsho City. If the defensive formation can't hold, we'll be finished. A nascent soul stage cultivator said. Muyu frowned. Haven't you thought about fighting to the death with these human? Fight to the death? That's easy for you to say. How are we going to stop them? Their 5-element spell technique isn't something we can resist. An out-of-body stage cultivator said. That's right. They clearly came prepared, but we didn't prepare at all. In my opinion, if the defensive formation can't hold, we have to find a way to escape. A beautiful nascent soul stage cultivator said. That's right. We won't be able to stop them. The other cultivators also didn't want to fight. Muyu's heart suddenly surged with an indescribable anger. Although the human devils in the sky above Eastern Sand City seemed to be numerous, in reality, the number of self-cultivators in Eastern Sand City was no less than the human devils. Human also had differences in strength. Not every human was as terrifying as they looked. The cultivators present were all at least at the nascent soul stage. They might have a chance of winning, but they didn't have any fighting spirit. Xian Sitong couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, abandoning the city and running away is the most cowardly behavior. When did our human race fall to such a state? We should fight the human to the end. A middle-aged severed soul stage cultivator coldly glanced at Xian Sitong and snorted. Little girl, how are you going to fight? With your out-of-body stage cultivation, you want to face the human alone? Are you strong enough for him to burn you? Aren't these people from the Profound Beast Workshop? I remember that the wife of the Mystic Beast Workshop's shopkeeper was attacked by the heavenly fire Yumeng. Haven't you suffered enough? Do you want to be burned again? Another young man dressed like a scholar recognized Xian Sitong. You. Xian Sitong was furious. At this time, Xian Zhengtang squeezed out of the crowd and said righteously, "It is because we were attacked by Hui Yumen that we know how hateful Yumen is. Besides, the Yumen Devil clan has been suppressed by us for hundreds of years. Do you think we should be afraid of them now? Of course we're not afraid of them. We're just avoiding them. We're not prepared, so how could we possibly be a match for these human? If you hate human and want to die, then go ahead. We won't accompany you," the scholar coldly said. "The battle hasn't even started yet, and you're already so scared. Then how are you going to face the human in the future?" Xian Zhengtang's expression was very serious. However, the self-cultivators completely ignored him. Instead, they focused their attention on the human demons in the sky. They were all discussing how to leave Eastern Sand City. None of them were thinking about how to fight the human demons to the death. Ever since human was trapped in the Moyun mountain range by Sword Shadow and Chen Feng over 100 years ago, the cultivation world was no longer attacked by the human. Most of the cultivators now had not experienced the era of human's rampage over 100 years ago. Everything they knew about human was from the books in their respective sects. However, in the prosperous and peaceful era, they thought that they would no longer have to worry about being afraid. Therefore, not many people were willing to truly understand human. Not many people thought about one thing: how should they deal with the human when they attack? Now that human had truly arrived, they were like lost lambs. Other than being terrified and at a loss, All they could think about was how to escape. Saving their lives was the most important thing. Mu Yu began to feel that what his master had done back then wasn't worth it. Sitong, Kai Shan, are you alright? Xian Zhengtang couldn't convince them, so he came over to ask. Dad, we're fine. Yuman is attacking, so we must defeat them, Xian Sitong said through gritted teeth. Mu Yu looked at Xian Zhengtang and his family and asked, what does Yuman mean to you? He's an enemy. I must kill as many Yuman as possible. We can't cower in the face of Yuman. Xian Sitong clenched her fists and looked at Yuman with hatred in her eyes. Xian Zhengtang also nodded and said seriously, that's right. We cultivators exist to defeat Yuman. As cultivators, even if we die, we must die fighting Yuman on the battlefield. My wife was attacked by the fire Yuman and suffered endless pain. Only by defeating Yuman can we prevent more people from suffering. Xian Zhengtang's attitude was very firm. Kai Shan, what about you? Mu Yu asked. Kai Shan secretly glanced at Xian Sitong and said, I'll be wherever master and senior sister kill Yuman. Mu Yu's heart skipped a beat. At the very least, not everyone in the cultivation world would forget the bravery of a human when faced with the Yu Meng devils. Cultivators could be ignorant of the conspiracy behind this war, but at the very least, they couldn't lose their dignity as cultivators. If they only thought about protecting themselves in front of Yuman and didn't care about the lives of others and didn't have the desire to fight, then the human race would be utterly defeated and the casualties would be even more tragic. Wasn't this the result that the Threefold Palace wanted? If Mu Yu's plan to destroy the Threefold Palace was to save a bunch of cowardly cultivators, then he might as well not save them. While everyone was still discussing, the three types of Yuman in the sky didn't say anything else. They had already begun to use their powerful 5-element spells to attack Dongsha City's defensive array. They wanted to use brute force to break through this array. Instantly, fireballs filled the sky, sand and stones flew everywhere, and the shadows of swords and sabers bombarded Dongsha City's defensive array from different direction. Wang. The city-protecting array formation trembled uncontrollably, and countless ripples spread out. The rumbling sounds were incessant, reverberating throughout the entire eastern Sand City, and also reverberating in the hearts of all the self-cultivators, causing them to be extremely shocked. At this moment, the defensive array seemed to have expended a lot of spiritual energy and was on the verge of collapse. It didn't seem to be able to hold on for much longer. All cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above, listen up. A loud and clear voice echoed throughout the entire Dongsha City. At this moment, an old man with white hair and a beard was standing in the sky above the city. His face was ruddy and he looked extremely powerful. He exuded an aura of power and authority, like a blazing sun, causing people to revere him. This was the old city lord of Dongsha City, He Jinglong, who was at the 9th heavenly layer of the body integration stage. The position of city lord was usually held by the family heads of the powerful families in each city. Some cities were appointed by the 8 gates, while others didn't have such a position. Instead, the rules were set by the various families. For example, the desert oasis Clearwater City was a remote city and didn't have a city lord. Dongsha City was one of the most important cities in the cultivation world, but it wasn't under the jurisdiction of the 8 gates. The position of city lord was held by those who were capable, and those who could hold the position of city lord were definitely not ordinary cultivators. He Jinglong's voice reverberated throughout Dongsha City for a long time, sounding extremely urgent. Because the human's attack was too sudden, the defensive array in the sky above the city was originally able to swallow the flames. But gradually, the flames were no longer able to swallow the flames. The light of the array also grew dimmer and dimmer, as if it was about to collapse. Once the defensive array was breached, the entire city would be plunged into misery and suffering. The cultivators were getting more and more panicked. Their expressions were all different. Looking at the densely packed human in the sky, those with lower cultivations revealed looks of fear. Even body integration stage cultivators didn't dare to say that they could deal with so many human by themselves. No matter who it was, this was the first time they had seen so many human. Everyone, I am the city lord of Dongsha City, He Jinglong. No matter what your status is, if your cultivation is higher than mine, you can come and help me command. If your cultivation is lower than mine, please follow my orders. We must protect Dongsho City together, He Jinglong shouted. Resisting the human required a strong leader. Normally, there were all sorts of cultivators in the city. Many of the 8 gates and some of the large sects were very arrogant and disdained to listen to anyone else's orders. This was especially true for those from the 8 gates. They wouldn't put the city lord in their eyes at all. Thus, He Jinglong had to make it clear to everyone that there was no distinction between sects when it came to resisting the human. Only the strong were respected. However, there were still people who voiced their doubts. City Lord, I am Tian Ziming from the Stargate. I just happened to be passing by this city. I don't want to be implicated by the human. Shouldn't we be looking for an opportunity to escape? The person who voiced his doubts was an elder from the Stargate. He was at the 5th firmament of the body integration stage. Although his cultivation couldn't compare to He Jinglong's, just the 3 words Stargate were enough to make people wary. City Lord, I am Zhuang Hong from the Profound Spirit Sec. I agree with Elder Tian Ziming. Don't tell me Dongsho City doesn't have a way to retreat. What if we can't stop the human? City Lord, I am Leng Rufeng from the Solitary Fiend Sect. I feel that before you lead us, you have to clearly explain the situation of Dongsho City. Where is the escape route of Dongsho City? We don't want to die here for no reason. With the first voice of doubt, there would be a second. Many cultivators started asking City Lord He Jinglong for a way to escape. They didn't want to be implicated by the human. These cultivators who dared to question the old City Lord were all from the 8 gates. They were also at the body integration stage. Even if they couldn't compare to the old City Lord He Jinglong, they still didn't put him in their eyes. Like most cultivators, they didn't want to fight. Chapter 8:17. Whether it was Stargate's Tian Ziming, Shenling Sect's Zhuang Hong, or Solitary Fiend Sect's Leng Rufeng, all 3 of them made Mu Yu feel disgusted. Mu Yu turned his gaze to the old city lord, He Jinglong. He wanted to know what He Jinglong's attitude was. If He Jinglong was cowardly enough to avoid the battle, then Mu Yu would also choose to stand by and watch. He had the ability to kill these human with the power of slaughter, but he needed a reason to do so. When he was engulfed by the power of slaughter, death was no longer important to him. The life and death of the cultivators were no longer important to him. However, he always wanted to maintain his original heart and tell himself that he could not be influenced by the power of slaughter. These days, he measured his desire to kill by the standards of Shen Zhengtang's family. He only wanted to save those who were worth saving. If even the city lord of Eastern Sand City gave up on resisting, then he could only take Shen Zhengtang's family and leave this place. He would not interfere in this battle. The other self-cultivators also stared at the old city lord, waiting for him to speak. Most of them wanted to know how to escape from Eastern Sand City from the old city lord, He Jinglong. No one knew the situation in Eastern Sand City better than the old city lord. They all agreed with the elders of the 8 Gates' suggestion that they should escape from Eastern Sand City. However, He Jinglong shouted angrily, "The human are attacking, so we should fight. How can we think of escaping? Let me tell you, there are no teleportation arrays in Eastern Sand City that can leave this place, and there is no way back. The human have already surrounded the outside, and the city gates have been sealed. If anyone wants to leave, I will remove the seal for you. I will not stop you. As for whether the human outside will let you go, that is up to you. If you think that the human will let you go because of your status as one of the 8 gates, then go ahead and try. But in my place, your status as a gate is useless." The old city lord, He Jinglong, was obviously a righteous person. He was angered by these cultivators who did not want to fight back and only wanted to escape. His tone was very angry, and he was not polite at all. His gaze swept across the cultivators who were running for their lives. Eastern Sand City was the city he was in charge of. In a moment of life and death, even if it were the people from the 8 gates, he would not fear them, much less retreat. This is the courage to face the human. Mu Yu looked at the dignified old city lord and nodded. Compared to the 3 elders of the 8 gates who only wanted to escape and use their status as elders of the 8 gates to threaten the old city lord, He Jinglong was a true cultivator who was truly a responsible cultivator. Although those doubting cultivators were very unwilling, if what He Jinglong said was true, then at this time, none of them dared to go out of the city gate. Otherwise, they would inevitably be blown to smithereens by the flying sand, rolling stones, and flaming sword. The 3 elders of the 8 gates could only let go of their dissatisfaction. He Jinglong continued to shout, "Does anyone else have any questions? If you don't, then listen to my orders. The city defense array is very strong and is more than enough to defend against these human. However, it also requires spiritual energy to support it. Therefore, all of you must listen to my orders and assist the city defense array. If any of you make a mistake during this process and endanger the lives of all the people in the city, I don't care which sect you are from. I will kill you first." He Jinglong's attitude was very straightforward. His dignified words were not to be challenged. His gaze swept across the elders of the 8 gates. In front of the human, he displayed the tough methods that a city lord should have. Even the 3 elders who had spoken earlier did not dare to say another word. "We are willing to listen to the city lord's orders." Many cultivators had already begun to express their willingness to listen to city lord He Jinglong's orders. This was because they had no other choice but to agree. None of the cultivators present had a higher cultivation level than He Jinglong. Clearly, the person with the highest cultivation level in this city was He Jinglong. Or rather, those who were stronger than city lord He Jinglong did not want to step forward. Mu Yu counted carefully. There were no less than 1,000 cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above in Eastern Sand City. There were even more cultivators than in Mist Breath City. Eastern Sand City was indeed a powerful city. Human was also divided into Heaven rank, Earth rank, MYST rank, and Yellow rank. Although there were many human surrounding Eastern Sand City this time, the number of human who were at the nascent soul stage and above was about the same as the number of cultivators. Mu Yu was very sure of this because he realized that he could see the strength of these human. Taking a step back, even if the city defense array could not hold them back, the cultivators of Eastern Sand City would not be at a disadvantage if all of them charged out to fight the human. The prerequisite was that these cultivators had to have the determination to fight. He Jinglong continued, "The city defense array needs all of us to work together in order to unleash its full power. If everyone wants to keep the human out of Eastern Sand City, then you have to listen to my orders. Now, all the body integration stage cultivators, please stand beside me. Severed soul stage cultivators, stand on top of the city gate tower. Out of body and nascent soul stage cultivators, quickly spread out to the sides of the city wall. Move quickly." He Jinglong was different from the other cultivators. He already knew how to deal with the human's attack, so he did not hesitate to give out orders. At this moment, everyone could only choose to believe in the city lord. Those out-of-body stage and nascent soul stage cultivators had already spread out along the walls of the Eastern Sand City. The severed soul stage cultivators had already landed on the city gate tower. Among these cultivators, there were about 1,600 nascent soul stage and out-of-body stage cultivators. There were about 200 severed soul stage cultivators. As for the body integration stage cultivators, there were relatively fewer, only 32. Other than He Jinglong, the one with the highest cultivation was Stargate's Qian Ziming, who was at the 5th heavenly layer of body integration. The other cultivators were all white-haired old men and middle-aged men. Yu Wenyang of Beast Taming Abode was also among them. However, even among these body integration stage cultivators, there were some whose eyes flashed with fear. They did not have any thoughts of resisting human. Right now, they had to place all their hopes on He Jinglong. They hoped that He Jinglong would be able to lead the entire Eastern Sand City through human's attack. "The 2 of you, be careful," Xian Zhengtang said anxiously. Xian Sitong and Kai Shan were only out-of-body stage cultivators. Their task was to stand by the walls of Eastern Sand City. "Understood, Father." Xian Sitong's face was filled with determination. Kai Shan looked at Mu Yu and suddenly held Xian Sitong's hand tightly. He said firmly, "Master, don't worry. I'll protect senior sister well." Xian Sitong's mouth moved as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything. She also didn't pull her hand back. All the cultivators started moving according to the old city lord's orders. People came and went as they quickly flashed through the air. In the blink of an eye, Xian Sitong and Kai Shan were submerged in the crowd. "Young lord, are you not going to go?" Xian Zhengtang asked hesitantly. "You go first. Be careful." Mu Yu didn't immediately go to He Jinglong's side. Instead, he was thinking about something. "Okay, young lord. You be careful too." Xian Zhengtang didn't say anything else and went down to the city gate tower. Mu Yu looked at He Jinglong and the others in the distance, and then looked at the city defense array in the sky, which was already on the verge of collapsing under the attacks of the human devils. He pondered for a moment, then hid his aura and pretended to be at the severed soul stage. He brought Xiao Shuai and stood on top of the city gate. "Why aren't we going to help the body integration stage cultivators?" Xiao Shuai asked in confusion. Mu Yu shook his head. "I have to understand if the city barrier can withstand the humans' attack first." Compared to helping the old city lord and the others, he was more concerned about the reliability of the city barrier since he was proficient in formations. He wasn't familiar with the city barrier, so he could only barely feel its existence. However, human hadn't attacked the city for more than 100 years. This meant that the city barrier had been idle for more than 100 years. If there were any loopholes, Mu Yu would be able to fix it in time. "It's the white-bearded old man's statue." Little Commander pointed at the handsome statue of Jianying Chen Feng on top of the city gate. Back then, Jianying Chen Feng was still very young, but he stood there like a tall mountain. The heavenly sword was slightly raised, as if it was pointing at the world. One sword could cause the wind and clouds to move. It made people feel an inexplicable reverence. Mu Yu approached his master's statue. Some strange thoughts flashed through his mind. Thinking about his master's current situation, he felt irritated. He didn't want to think about the worst-case scenario. He firmly believed that his master was still alive. "We have to get close to this statue." Mu Yu quickly leaped toward the statue. Back in Misty Breath City, Great Medicine Master seemed to have said that the statue of the true god at the city gate was the key to the defense array. The statue of the true god in Misty Breath City was destroyed by someone, which led to the tragedy. Now that human was more ferocious than before, Mu Yu had to make sure that the statue wasn't destroyed. "Hey, what are you doing here?" A severed soul stage cultivator frowned and asked. "He's my brother. You don't have to care about him." Mu Yu replied indifferently. He walked to the severed soul stage cultivator who was closest to the statue and placed one hand on his body. He temporarily controlled the severed soul stage cultivator and moved him to another place. The other severed soul stage cultivators glanced at Mu Yu and didn't say anything. This wasn't the time to quarrel. "Mu Yu, did you find anything special about this statue?" Xiao Shuai stretched out his small hand and touched the statue of the true god. Mu Yu stared at the statue and nodded. "This is the power of nature. Master's statue is the base of the entire city barrier and also the eye of the array. There were no more than 10 people who could use the power of nature to set up an array. Even the current sect leader of the array faction, Zhuge Xiaosheng, could barely control the power of nature. 100 years ago, Zhuge Xiaosheng wasn't even born yet. This meant that the person who set up the array must be one of the 6 array masters. The pattern of the city barrier is very familiar. It's the white-bearded old man's aura, Xiao Shuai said in surprise. Mu Yu was silent for a moment. Was it true that traces left by Master could be seen everywhere in the cultivation world? He removed the distracting thoughts from his mind and stretched out his finger. He pointed at the base of the statue and an invisible pattern merged into the statue. He began to determine the structure of the city barrier through the pattern at the base of the statue. However, humans' attacks outside Dongsho City were getting fiercer and fiercer. The pattern of the city barrier was very unstable and the power of nature seemed to be running out. Boom! Boom! boom. Countless explosions sounded. Yuman wanted to gather all his strength to destroy the entire city barrier. All the self-cultivators were scared witless by this sound. They still didn't know what they were doing. Everyone, channel your spiritual energy into the city wall. Quick! City Lord He Jinglong shouted. Then, he skillfully gathered all the self-cultivators in the body integration stage. They formed a huge circle around each other and a golden ray of spiritual energy appeared in each of their hands. Then, the statue of Jian Ying and Chen Feng suddenly rushed into the sky and was surrounded by He Jinglong and the others. Mu Yu had already done this. He gradually understood the structure of the city barrier. This city barrier used the power of nature to turn every brick and tile of the city wall into the foundation of the array. It was truly an array that could be used for anything. The bricks and tiles of the city wall were connected by the formation pattern of the city barrier. When a self-cultivator channeled their spiritual energy into the bricks and tiles of the city wall, the self-cultivator would also become one of the foundations of the city barrier. This was what Deadwood Daddy had told Mu Yu. Everything could be used for this array, including people. Defense array, rise! He Jinglong shouted in a deep voice. His hands quickly formed a complicated hand seal. Countless formation patterns intertwined in his hands. Then, they were channeled into Jian Ying and Chen Feng's statue. After the formation patterns merged with the statue, Jian Ying and Chen Feng's statue suddenly seemed to come alive. Its entire body bloomed with a green light. It was like a gradually sharpening sword, revealing its sharpness. He raised the heavenly sword in his hand high up. Countless formation patterns spread out with the statue as the center. The thin formation patterns were connected to the bodies of the 32 body integration stage self-cultivators. Powerful formation patterns began to appear on the bodies of the 32 body integration stage self-cultivators. Then, the golden formation patterns once again shot out from their bodies and merged with the bodies of all the severed soul stage cultivators on the city wall. These powerful and majestic runes also fused into Mu Yu's body. He felt as if his body had become a part of the entire array. He had become one with the city wall. His every movement affected the city's defensive array, and he was connected to the city's defensive array. The spiritual energy in his body also quietly merged with the formation. It merged with the bricks and tiles of the city wall, making the formation patterns on the bricks and tiles more lively. The bricks and tiles covered by the formation patterns could not be controlled by the human. What a mysterious formation! Even though Mu Yu now knew how to use the power of nature to set up a formation, he could not set up such a powerful city barrier by himself. The power of nature was about using everything in nature as the foundation of the formation. After the true God statue of the city barrier was activated, it used all the self-cultivators as the foundation of the formation. Chapter 8:18. After the statue was activated by City Lord He Jinglong, it connected the runes to the bodies of the body integration stage self-cultivators. This was equivalent to using the body integration stage self-cultivators as a small base of the array. The body integration stage runes merged with the bodies of the severed soul stage self-cultivators on the city gate tower, turning them into a small base of the city protection array. After the spirit energy of the severed soul stage self-cultivators was activated, it turned into runes and merged with the city gate tower. The runes on the city gate tower began to spread along the walls of Eastern Sand City. The entire walls of Eastern Sand City lit up with a mysterious light. Then, it shot out and merged with the bodies of the out-of-body stage and nascent soul stage self-cultivators near the city wall, turning them into a small base of the city protection array. These self-cultivators, who had been turned into the foundation of the array, continuously poured their spiritual energy into the defense array. The defense array, which had been on the verge of collapse due to the destruction of the human devils outside, once again lit up with a faint transparent barrier. Like a layer of water membrane, it covered the entire huge Dongsha city and blocked all the attacks of the human devils. Loud booms continued to ring out, and all the residents of Eastern Sand City appeared to be trembling in fear. Those cultivators who had yet to reach the nascent soul stage were all gathered in the streets and on the rooftops. They looked at the human demons in the sky anxiously, but there was nothing they could do. Success. All of the participating self-cultivators saw hope. After they became the base of the array, they could also feel the current situation of the city protection array. After the city protection array was supported by the powerful self-cultivator's spirit energy, it gradually stabilized and seemed to have blocked humans' sudden attack. Eastern Sand City was an extremely important city on the third continent. It was much larger than the former Misty Breath City and Clearwater City. It was the hub of the cultivation world where countless cultivators came and went. It was also the reason why there were enough powerful cultivators to serve as the foundation of the defense array to maintain the array. The statue of Jian Ying and Chen Feng returned to the city gate tower and stared at human outside of Eastern Sand City. He still looked so elegant and free. City Lord He Jinglong's face was also pale. He withdrew his spirit energy and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just now, in order to activate the entire city defense array, he had consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy, which was more strenuous than anyone else. However, before everyone could relax, 3 extremely terrifying auras suddenly enveloped everyone. These 3 auras were filled with killing intent, as if they were killing gods from the Yellow Springs Road. With a single thought, they could slaughter the world, causing rivers of blood to flow and millions of corpses to lie on the ground. Mu Yu's expression changed. It was a murderous aura. A tall figure covered in raging flames appeared in the sky above Eastern Sand City. This figure was over 10 meters tall and looked like a flaming giant. The flames on his body were a strange black color. Another pitch-black stone giant also stepped out clumsily from the air, waving his huge fists. His body was 2 meters taller than the flame giant. Standing there, he looked incomparably heavy, as if the void couldn't bear his weight. The last one was a silvery white metal giant. It was 20 meters tall, and every joint on its body was sharp. It was like a human-shaped killing machine. As its hands danced, there were even intense explosive waves. Each of its movements seemed to be cutting through everything, and even the dust could not withstand its sharpness. This was the first time that all the self-cultivators had seen such a tall human. In particular, these 3 human giants were all at the tribulation passing stage, and the highest cultivation in Eastern Sand City was only the old city lord, He Jinglong, who was at the 9th heavenly layer of the body integration stage. Self-cultivators of Eastern Sand City, your end is here. This voice was like a thunderclap from the 9th heaven, rolling and rumbling, as if it could shatter one's mind. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. That kind of domineering and murderous aura made everyone tremble in fear. What was even more frightening was that the cultivation of these 3 tribulation passing stage human giants was enough to sweep through the entire Eastern Sand City. This also made the self-cultivators of Eastern Sand City uneasy. What are these things? He Jinglong was extremely shocked and furious. Not only him, but all the self-cultivators were also shocked when they saw the 3 human giants in the sky above Eastern Sand City. In their impression, although human had a strange appearance, it was not much different from a human. This was the first time they had seen such a tall human. The monstrous killing intent on these human giants was like a violent storm. It was as if they could shatter the sky with just a wave of their hands. Those with weaker cultivation were so frightened that they were at a loss for what to do and trembled all over. If it wasn't for the protection of Eastern Sand City's protective array, those self-cultivators below the nascent soul stage would probably not be able to stand. A flaming saber appeared in the flaming giant's hand. The flaming saber was sharp and violent. Black flames danced around it, as if it wanted to devour everything in the world. As the saber slashed down, it was as if nothing in the world could withstand it. The human giant also raised its huge fist. That fist was incomparably heavy, like a mountain. It smashed down, shattering the clouds in the sky and causing the entire sky to change color. Even the self-cultivator's breathing stopped for a moment. A white spear appeared in the human giant's hand. The spear was like a pillar that supported the heavens. It charged forward bravely, as if it was the most powerful divine weapon in the world, capable of piercing a hole in the sky. The spear brought with it a whirlwind and stabbed down with a loud bang. Boom, boom, boom. The three tribulation passing stage human giants used their most powerful attacks, one after another, on the same spot of the protective array. The protective array, which had been stabilized, was once again hit by a violent impact. The area where the array had been hit caved in, and clear cracks even appeared on the protective array. Poochie. City Lord He Jinglong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was the most important foundation of the entire protective array. Under the powerful attacks of the three tribulation passing stage human giants, he was directly implicated and was severely injured. Not only him, but the remaining 31 body integration stage self-cultivators were also affected. However, their injuries were not as serious as He Jinglong's. Their faces were a little pale, and the blood in their bodies was a little turbulent. As for the spirit-severing stage self-cultivators and the other self-cultivators, they only felt that the array had begun to become restless, but they were not injured. At this time, the three flame giants did not stop. They once again used their most powerful attacks. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the protective array trembled violently. The transparent protective array caved in deeply, and more cracks appeared on it. It was already at the point of imminent danger. He Jinglong spat out another mouthful of blood. His aura had already weakened. This time, not only him, but the remaining 31 body integration stage self-cultivators also had blood flowing out of their mouths. The blood in the spirit-severing stage self-cultivators also began to surge, and the impact was gradually increasing. No, if they do it 2 more times, I'm afraid that the protective array will completely collapse. City Lord He Jinglong clutched his chest. His face was as white as paper, without a trace of blood. The white beard on his chest was also dyed red by his own blood. Right now, he was the closest to the protective array of East Sand City. Once the protective array collapsed, he would also die along with it. City Lord He Jinglong was the person with the highest cultivation in East Sand City at this time. If something happened to him, the entire East Sand City would not be able to withstand the thousands of human. Then what should we do? I already said that we can't withstand it. They actually sent out such powerful human giants. We are not prepared at all. If we resist, we will only be waiting for death. Stargate's Tianziming's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. Our East Sand City needs a tribulation passing stage self-cultivator to withstand it. Solitary Fiend Sect's Lung Rufeng said with a solemn expression. It's too late now. A tribulation passing stage expert won't be able to make it here in time. Xianling Sect's Zhuang Hong shook his head. Everyone's hearts were filled with despair. The human attacked East Sand City without any warning. Originally, they thought that with City Lord He Jinglong's cultivation at the 9th heavenly layer of the body integration stage and the strength of the protective array, they would be able to withstand the sudden attack of the human giants. However, they didn't expect the human to come prepared this time. They even sent out 3 tribulation passing stage heaven stage human giants to attack the city. Jian Ying and Chen Feng's statues were the foundation of the protective array. Over the years, they absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to maintain the array. However, if they wanted to completely withstand the human's attack, they would need all the self-cultivators in the city to work together. Tribulation passing stage self-cultivators were simply too terrifying. Especially when there were thousands of human constantly attacking the protective array. One could imagine how much pressure the protective array was under. The attacks of 3 tribulation passing stage cultivators were unstoppable. Although East Sand City had many self-cultivators with high cultivation, their combined strength could only withstand a few attacks. Boom, boom, boom. While the 16 body integration stage self-cultivators were talking, the 3 human giants launched their third attack. Terrifying fluctuations spread to everyone's body. Everyone felt like a small boat in a stormy sea that was about to be destroyed by the waves at any time. This time, City Lord He Jinglong was bleeding from all 7 orifices of his body. It was as if his entire body was soaked in blood. He staggered 2 steps and was no longer able to stay afloat in the air. He fell straight down. City Lord! All the body integration stage self-cultivators anxiously shouted. However, they couldn't even protect themselves. If He Jinglong couldn't withstand this power, the remaining 31 body integration stage self-cultivators would have to bear it for him. At the same time, all the severed soul stage self-cultivators on the city wall spat out mouthfuls of blood. They were also severely injured. Could it be that the heavens really want our East Sand City to be destroyed? An aura of despair filled the air. Dark clouds covered the hearts of everyone in East Sand City. In the face of the terrifying human giants, they were so insignificant. There was simply no room for resistance. Break for me. The roars of the 3 tribulation passing stage human giants shook the sky. The power of the protective array exceeded their expectations. The self-cultivators maintaining the array were at most at the 9th heavenly layer of the body integration stage. They thought that the first attack would be enough to shatter the protective array. However, they didn't expect that the protective array would be able to withstand the 3rd attack. Chapter 8:19. City Lord He Jinglong no longer had any strength left in his body. The spiritual energy in his body had been completely depleted by the defensive array. Although he was still conscious, he knew that he would not be able to withstand the 4th attack. Looks like Eastern Sand City is really going to be destroyed by the human. This thought flashed through He Jinglong's mind in despair. Unless a miracle happened and a tribulation transcending stage cultivator rushed over to stop the 3 human, the 3 tribulation transcending stage human would destroy the defensive array in a few breaths' time. They would definitely charge into Eastern Sand City with the human and unleash a bloodbath. No one would be able to stop them. All the cultivators could feel the apocalypse looming over them. They were so insignificant in the hands of the 3 human. All they could do was wait for the calamity to befall the city. Many people screamed in horror. They all regretted coming to Eastern Sand City. They regretted coming to such a dangerous place. The attention of all the cultivators in Eastern Sand City had been attracted by the 3 insufferably arrogant human giants in the sky. No one noticed that 2 figures had already disappeared from the city gates. Die. At this moment, the 3 human giants, who exuded a tyrannical aura of slaughter, raised their fists and magical treasures high up in the air and smashed down on the defensive array. This time, the defensive array was bound to shatter. Everyone revealed a look of horror as they watched the unstoppable attack descend. It was as if doomsday had arrived. They were like a small boat in the middle of a raging storm. They could only watch helplessly as the torrential waves ravaged them. A deep sense of helplessness rose from the bottom of their hearts. There was nothing they could do. At this moment, an incomparably fierce aura of slaughter soared into the sky from the center of Eastern Sand City. This aura of slaughter was extremely sudden. It was like a cold ray of light in the middle of the night. It alarmed everyone and caused the cultivators to feel a bone-piercing chill. This aura was actually exactly the same as the 3 killing auras outside Eastern Sand City. What? Could it be that a human giant has already infiltrated Eastern Sand City? This thought appeared in many people's mind. However, the murderous aura of the Eastern Sand City suddenly transformed into incomparably mysterious runes in the air. The runes constantly changed in the air, interweaving into complex inscriptions, forming a green brilliance that blasted directly onto the city defense array. Voila! With the center of the defender array as the center, ripples suddenly spread out. Countless 8 trigrams runes quickly covered the already damaged defender array. Mysterious and obscure inscriptions merged into the defender array from time to time, causing the defender array to tremble. Everyone's heart tightened. Would the defender array be able to withstand this attack? However, there were no signs of cracks coming from the defender array. On the contrary, the cracks on the defender array were quickly repaired by a strange force, and this force gradually spread to the other self-cultivators, quickly stripping away the spiritual energy in their bodies. This force was bone-chilling, causing every cultivator to involuntarily exhale a breath of cold air. At the same time, the final destructive attack of the 3 tribulation stage human giants had already landed on the defender array. Everyone's hearts were already in their throats. The more cowardly ones had even closed their eyes and waited for death. Buzz. It was like an ancient masterpiece, like the evening drum and morning bell, shaking everyone's hearts and minds. Everyone's consciousness was in a trance for a moment, and they couldn't even breathe. However, this time, there was no earth-shattering sound, and the defender array didn't shatter. The destructive attacks of the 3 human giants landed on the defender array, and the green aura covering the defender array surged with endless power. Like an endless wave, it spun and spun, forming 2 runes, one black and one white, that appeared. These 2 runes were hard but soft. They actually evenly distributed the force of the attacks of the 3 human giants to every corner of the defender array. The defender array only trembled slightly, and it withstood the final attack of the 3 human giant. The color of blood returned to everyone's faces, and they could finally breathe out. Everyone's faces were filled with ecstasy. The defender array had actually withstood the attack. It had withstood the terrifying attacks of the 3 tribulation stage human giant. The defender array, which they thought was about to be destroyed, had withstood the 4th attack. This allowed them to see a glimmer of light in the darkness. They looked gratefully at the murderous aura in the center of Dongsho City. That aura was very similar to the aura of the 3 human giants. The only difference was that the aura in the center of the city seemed to have a bit more spirituality. Although it was still bone-chilling, the chill now seemed very intimate. What on earth is that? City Lord He Jinglong had already fallen to the ground. However, just as the attacks of the 3 human giants were about to land, the green aura protected the tottering defender array and stabilized his body in the air. He panted heavily. Although the aura in his body was weak, it was still clear. Like the other cultivators, he didn't know where the green murderous aura had come from. Who was it? Found it. When the 3 human giants saw the murderous aura that was similar to theirs, they shouted in a low, muffled voice. However, they didn't continue attacking. Instead, they looked at each other and said coldly, "The murderous aura is indeed here." The murderous aura? Hearing the 3 humans' words, the cultivators of Dongsho City didn't understand. However, when they recalled the aura of the 3 human and the 4th aura in the center of Dongsho City, it was indeed the murderous aura of a supreme killing god. Hua Human stepped forward and shouted, "Are you going to show yourself, or do we have to come and find you ourselves?" His voice was like rolling thunder, spreading throughout the entire Dongsho City and shocking all the cultivators. Could it be that the human had come here today just for the murderous aura in the center of Dongsho City? Didn't that mean that Dongsho City had been implicated by the 4th murderous aura? No one dared to say for sure. Everyone had a strange feeling after surviving a calamity. It was as if they were innocent victims who had been implicated by the owner of the 4th murderous aura and had almost been killed. In the center of Dongsho City, Mu Yu stood in an empty alley and stared coldly at the 3 human giants in the air. The murderous aura on his body continued to surge. The buildings around him had been destroyed by the powerful 8 trigrams array. In order to use the array and restore the spirituality of the city defense array, he had expended a huge amount of spiritual energy. Are they here for me? Mu Yu's heart was filled with endless murderous intent. However, he was very calm and very clear-headed. He knew what he was doing. Mu Yu, we've already helped them apply the separation array to the city defense array. With the strength of all the cultivators in the city to stabilize the city defense array, it's more than enough to block the 3 of them. You can't use this power anymore. Little Shuai grabbed Mu Yu's hand and a warm aura entered Mu Yu's body. Mu Yu glanced at Little Shuai and the murderous aura gradually faded and disappeared. Someone's coming. Let's get out of here. Mu Yu glanced around. His array had destroyed this place. At this moment, many cultivators from the Jindan period had already come over to investigate the situation. These cultivators from the Jindan period were too weak to help, so they could only tremble at the side. When they saw the murderous aura, they were the first to react. Mu Yu didn't want to expose his identity. He immediately grabbed Little Shuai and with a flash of array runes under his feet, he left the alley. The fourth murderous aura disappeared just as quickly as it had appeared. It was like a flash in the pan, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. When City Lord He Jinglong and the others saw that the murderous aura in the center of the city had disappeared, they immediately began to worry. Without the help of that tribulation stage cultivator, it would be very difficult to stop the three human giants. When the three human giants saw that the fourth murderous aura had suddenly disappeared, they were instantly enraged. They roared angrily and the three of them attacked again. A terrifying power once again came crashing down on the city defense array. Everyone's hearts were in their throats again. Without the help of that mysterious cultivator, would the city defense array be able to withstand the attacks of the three human giants? Buzz! The city defense array rippled once again, dispersing all of the humans' attacks. A relieved expression appeared on City Lord He Jinglong's face. When he saw that the three arrogant human giants were suddenly unable to do anything to the city defense array, he knew that Dongsho City's crisis had passed. However, he still didn't dare to let his guard down. He took out a healing pill from his robes and swallowed it before flying up again to continue maintaining the city defense array with the others. The other self-cultivators could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They were all extremely glad that they had managed to escape with their lives. At this moment, the runes on the city defense array were flowing very naturally, as if it was covered with a layer of flowing water. The three human giants were still attacking, but every time humans' attack landed, it would disperse all of its power, greatly reducing the pressure on He Jinglong. The three tribulation stage human giants were no longer able to break through the city defense array. Who on earth is that person? This was the question in everyone's heart, including City Lord He Jinglong. Why was the murderous aura so similar to the three human giants? Could it be human? However, if it was human who had snuck in, the city defense array would definitely have sounded the alarm. Even a tribulation stage human wouldn't be able to sneak in. This meant that the cold aura should belong to some incomparably powerful self-cultivator. But who would have such terrifying power? The three human giants finally realized that continuing to attack would be futile. They couldn't force the aura out anymore, so they could only stop. They glared angrily from outside, but there was nothing they could do. Just when everyone thought that they could relax, the human giant in the sky roared in a low, muffled voice, "All humans of Dongsho City, listen up. If you don't hand that person over, in 3 days, we will activate the 5 elements apocalypse and destroy everything." What? 5 elements apocalypse? Chapter 820. When the humans started to roam the threefold continent, the threefold palace gave out jade slips with information about the humans' aura to all the cities. Many people did not care because they felt that with the threefold palace around, they did not need to worry about the human. However, most people knew about the contents of the jade slips. The jade slip given out by the threefold palace mentioned that the 5 elements world annihilation was the most powerful and destructive formation art that the human demons of the 5 elements could unleash together. It could forcefully transform anything into a 5 elements formation and then destroy it. Even the citadel defense array could not withstand it. This kind of formation would cause a lot of damage to the human. It could be said that they would suffer a lot of damage to themselves. Unless they had no other choice, they would not use this formation. If the human dared to say such a thing, no one could guarantee that they would not dare to do it. From the looks of it, the person who appeared in Dongsho City just now must be very important to the human. The 3 human giants sat cross-legged in the sky above Dongsho City. All the humans stopped attacking and spread out around the 3 human giants. Then, they injected their own human energy into the bodies of the 3 human giants. The 3 human giants emitted a powerful killing aura. Flames, sand, and metal fused together to form an invisible formation, instantly sealing the 4 city gates of Dongsho City. The 3 human giants were not stupid. They knew that the entire sky above Dongsho City had been covered by this formation since 2 months ago. They could not fly into Dongsho City directly. They could only walk through the city gates. This meant that as long as they used the 5 elements array to seal the 4 city gates, It was equivalent to trapping the entire Dongsho city. Everyone's faces were covered with a layer of worry. The city gates were sealed, and they were like turtles in a jar. Time passed quickly, and night fell. However, the human giants did not have any intention of retreating. There were still countless human giants floating in the sky, waiting for orders. The 3 human giants left after leaving behind a series of arrogant threats, leaving only the remaining human giants to guard the city. Those 3 transcending tribulation stage Yumeng have already left. Everything is fine for now. City Lord He Jinglong raised his remaining spiritual energy and once again formed a seal with his hand. The array pattern that emanated from the true God statue seemed to be imprinted with a mark and quickly disappeared into the bodies of all the cultivators. Everyone, disperse. Once the imprint in your body is triggered, remember, no matter what, you must rush over as fast as you can. He Jinglong's voice sounded a little tired. The city-protecting array was a powerful array formation that used the power of nature as its foundation. The power of nature also included people. Therefore, as long as these cultivators were still in Dongsho City, no matter what they did, they would be a part of the array foundation. Although they had just survived a calamity, the self-cultivators of Eastern Sand City still felt as if a huge rock was weighing down on their hearts. The 3 human giants had only left. They would return in 3 days. If the human giants were to use a destructive array like the 5 Elements Apocalypse, then how would Eastern Sand City deal with them? Exhausted, every cultivator returned to their respective residences and began to sit cross-legged to adjust their breathing and recover from their injuries. This time, Yumen's sudden attack didn't cause any large-scale casualties. However, many people were seriously injured, especially City Lord He Jinglong, who had the highest cultivation base. He was the most seriously injured. However, as everyone recovered from their injuries, a question kept circling around in their minds. Which transcending tribulation stage human was the source of the 4th powerful killing aura today? Why didn't he step forward at the beginning when he was at the transcending tribulation stage? Was the 3 human giants attacking Eastern Sand City actually for that person? If that was the case, didn't that mean that as long as they handed that person over, the crisis of Eastern Sand City would naturally be resolved? The night was long, but Eastern Sand City was brightly lit. No one was in the mood to sleep. At this moment, when Eastern Sand City looked up at the starry sky, what they saw wasn't a sky full of stars. Instead, they saw countless human-shaped flames floating in the sky. The light of the flames reflected off 2 human and Jin humans' bodies, emitting a dazzling light. This was a very rare sight, but no one was in the mood to appreciate this beautiful yet dangerous scene right now. In the Shen Beast workshop, Mu Yu sat in the courtyard. He and little Shuai looked at the human in the sky and fell into deep thought. Xian Zhengtang still hadn't returned. Kai Shan was busy in the kitchen, and Xian Sitong was in the room telling her mother about what happened today. Human must have sensed it when we killed Yi Feiying that night. Little Shuai used the wind-wind heart-linking formation and said in his mind. Mu Yu didn't refute anything. It seemed that this matter was caused by him. Those 3 human probably came for him as well. However, he still didn't understand why those 3 people had that kind of killing aura. Could it be them? Little Shuai hesitated for a moment before asking. Mu Yu knew who Little Shuai was talking about. Little Shuai thought that the 3 human giants outside were Luo Shong, Chengyang, and Xiong Nan who were possessed by the killing aura. However, Mu Yu shook his head. It's not them. I'm sure of it. How do you know? Little Shuai asked. Intuition. Then what if it's really them? No. Mu Yu pursed his lips. He didn't have any evidence, or it could be said that he didn't want to admit it. That killing aura was almost the same as the aura on his body. It was as if they had experienced endless killing. Little Shuai didn't say anything else. He pondered for a moment before continuing. You won't go out and face them alone, right? No. Mu Yu wouldn't blindly throw his life away. The 3 human giants' cultivation levels were even stronger than the 4 dragon clan leaders he had met at the Green Dragon Demon King. According to Mu Yu's estimation, their cultivation levels were at least stage 5 of tribulation passing. With Mu Yu's current strength, facing 3 tribulation passing stage human giants, even if he had the killing aura, he would lose without a doubt. The reason why he was able to block the attacks of the 3 human devils today was actually because of the powerful defensive formation of Eastern Sand City. He had only secretly activated the defensive mechanism of the entire formation based on the defensive formation's foundation. The formations that Zhen Ying and Chen Feng had set up in various cities were very powerful. In fact, the city-protecting formation itself had a way to evenly distribute the attacks from outside. However, for some reason, Dongsha City's city-protecting formation had lost this ability. It was as if someone had destroyed it. Mu Yu had only fixed the city-protecting formation's defensive mechanism during the day. If he hadn't acted in time at the critical moment, the entire Dongsha City would have fallen. However, the city-protecting formation was too powerful. Mu Yu couldn't fix it with his body integration stage cultivation alone, so he could only use the killing aura. Then what do we do next? Little Commander asked. Let's see how it goes first. After Mu Yu used the killing aura, he felt something in his body shatter again. The evil aura in his heart seemed to have intensified. He didn't like this feeling very much. Hurried footsteps came from the front yard. Xian Zhengtang came back with a tired face. He looked up at Mu Yu and suddenly sighed. What's wrong? Mu Yu asked. Xian Zhengtang said dejectedly, Master Zheng didn't have time to leave Dongsha City. Zheng Xiuming was supposed to go to the Pill Cauldron sect to retrieve the 6th-tier Taisha Purple Heaven Pill after receiving the 5 million spirit stones. However, the humans suddenly attacked Dongsha City. Zheng Xiuming couldn't leave, so he could only maintain the city-protecting formation with the other self-cultivators. Mu Yu shook his head slightly. There was nothing he could do now that things had developed to this point. Go and treat your injuries first. I will think of a way. Mu Yu said. Xian Zhengtang was a severed soul stage self-cultivator. He was also on the city gate today. Because of humans' attack, he was also seriously injured. Yes, young master. Xian Zhengtang looked deeply at Mu Yu. There was a strange light in his eyes. He seemed to want to ask something, but he didn't ask in the end. Mu Yu knew what Xian Zhengtang wanted to ask. He had shown his killing aura in front of Xian Zhengtang before. The other people in Dongsha City might not know who that person was, but Xian Zhengtang knew. The long night passed quietly and the day came again in Dongsha City. The weather today seemed to be a little depressing. It was as if a heavy stone was stuffed in everyone's chest. It made them feel a little scared even when they breathed. Yuman was still outside Dongsha City, eyeing them covetously. No one was happy. The number of self-cultivators on the streets gradually increased. Some flew in the air, some walked on the ground. The self-cultivators seemed to be making a lot of noise and interrupted Mu Yu's cultivation. What's going on? Little Shuai got up from the bed in a daze. The bustling noise outside woke him up from his beautiful dream. He was having a good dream. He dreamed of all kinds of delicious drumsticks. He never worried about human. In the entire Dongsha City, little Shuai was probably the only one who slept the best. I'm not sure. Let's go out and take a look. Mu Yu opened the door. Just as he was about to leave the Xian Beast workshop, Xian Zhengtang hurriedly walked in from outside. Uncle Xian, what's going on outside? Mu Yu asked. Xian Zhengtang's face was a little hesitant. Then he said, Young master, I think you shouldn't go out. Why? Mu Yu frowned. Xian Zhengtang said hesitantly, because outside, there's a crusade against the person who attracted human yesterday. Xian Zhengtang's eyes flickered. He didn't dare to look Mu Yu in the eyes. There was a long silence. You already know, don't you? Mu Yu asked. Xian Zhengtang nodded, but then he said anxiously, Young master, don't worry. I believe you're a good person. The murderous aura that had suddenly appeared in the Eastern Sand City yesterday was exactly the same as the 3 Yumeng giants outside the city. Others might not know where this terrifying aura had come from, but Xian Zhengtang was well aware of it. That night, when he killed Yi Feiying, it was this aura that made Xian Zhengtang feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Not only that, This aura had already appeared once when the Xian Beast Workshop killed those few demon hunters. Thank you, Uncle Xian. Mu Yu walked towards the entrance of the Xian Beast Workshop. He wanted to see the current situation in Dongsha City. Xian Zhengtang's voice suddenly became unusually serious. Young master, promise me that you won't do anything stupid. Mu Yu was startled. Then he asked, what kind of stupid thing do you think I'll do? Xian Zhengtang shook his head and said, I don't know, but I don't want anything to happen to you, young master. Nothing will happen to me. I still have to protect you. Mu Yu smiled and left the Xian Beast Workshop. Xian Zhengtang's family was the boundary he used to balance the killing in his heart. He could not protect anyone, but he would definitely protect their family. Xiao Shui rubbed his eyes and followed behind Mu Yu. He had already brought 2 pieces of barbecued meat from the kitchen at some point in time and was gnawing on it until his mouth was covered in oil. When they arrived at the main street, there was a hubbub of voices and all kinds of curses. Tell that human's kind to come out. That's right, he's the one who put our Dongsha City in danger. If it wasn't for him, how would our Dongsha City be in danger? I think we should work together to find him, capture him, and hand him over to human. That's right, let's do that. Let's go find the city lord now. Countless self-cultivators were furious. Yesterday, they had clearly heard the 2 humans say that he wanted the self-cultivators of the East Sand City to hand over that person. Needless to say, everyone knew that the person was the one who had the terrifying killing intent yesterday. All the self-cultivators rushed towards the city lord's mansion. Currently, they were unable to leave the Eastern Sand City, and the threat of the Yu Meng Devil Clan made them tremble in fear. They wanted to hand over the people that the Yu Meng Devil Clan wanted in order to protect themselves. Mu Yu finally understood why Xian Zhengtang told him not to do anything stupid. Xian Zhengtang did not wish for Mu Yu to step forward himself in order to protect the lives of the entire city. He did not wish for these self-cultivators to be handed over to human to deal with. Mu Yu stood on the street as countless self-cultivators pushed past him. As they walked past him, they cursed non-stop. Every single one of them was impassioned. They wanted to ferret out the person who possessed the 4th killing intent yesterday. When they faced human, all the self-cultivators were cowering in fear. All they could think of was how to escape from this city. They did not have any thoughts of resisting. Now, they wanted to find the person who had helped them and hand him over to human to protect themselves. Mu Yu felt an inexplicable sense of sorrow. He had helped the entire Dongsha city, but these self-cultivators had chosen to send him to his death in order to protect themselves. He did not understand this. The human race and human had always been sworn enemies. Since when had the human race fallen to the point where they had to compromise with human? They're really a bunch of ingrates. If it wasn't for us yesterday, I'm afraid that human would have bathed the entire Dongsha city in blood. Little Commander angrily threw the barbecued meat on the ground. The barbecued meat was quickly trampled to pieces by the passionate self-cultivators. Their passion was all used to think of ways to protect themselves. They never used it to think of how to deal with human. Mu Yu remained silent. The crowd kept pushing forward, and he was forced to go with the flow, moving with the impassioned crowd. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.